Yes, it is. Yeah, well, well, yeah.
Ready?
Effects mark's great, yeah.
Middlesex have won the toss and chosen to bowl, not surprisingly, here at New Road.
Posted. Yeah, well, yeah.
Frankie, I'm ready when you are, by the way. Yeah, okay.
Oi, Williams, get out of there. You're not landing. If you're going to just sit there, you're really going to sit there.
Welcome one and all to the
Good morning, Tammy. Yeah, lovely sunshine here at New Road, I'm pleased to say, and play will start on time. The bad news is that Worcestershire have lost the toss and been asked to bat, which is always a little bit difficult at this time of year. The pitch looks a bit green, had a bit of overnight rain. I think it'll be a tricky first hour or two for the Worcestershire batsmen this morning, but nonetheless a lovely sight, and we're hoping they can finish the season with a strong performance after a brilliant win last week here against the table toppers Nottinghamshire. Middlesex are the visitors today, and it's a big game for them. They're second in the table but only 9 points ahead of third place Glamorgan, but only 9 points behind the leaders Nottinghamshire. Any two of those top three teams could go up. Worcestershire will feel that their chances of promotion genuinely have been scuppered by the weather in the last two games. They could have won at Hove, the last three games I should say. They could have won at Hove 2 weeks ago, and they could have won at Cardiff 3 weeks ago, but rain put paid to those chances. So it's a case of what might have been for Worcestershire, but a lot to play for Middlesex, and a lot of eyes all over the country on this game over the next 4 days.
26 overs in the day, 10:30 start, motion 12:30 and tea. Well, 10 past 3, 4, 32 overs for the day, in the day, and schedule finish on 5:30. Worcestershire County Cricket Club would like to welcome and the main sponsor, the Northern Motor Company, the boarding partner, Group King. Shirt show sponsors are the EBC Group, Langley Compass Group, and Outland Commercial Insurance. Utility Stream are the training kit sponsor, and Nike the kit provider. And the chosen charity for Worcestershire County Cricket Club for 2022, the Grace Kelly Childhood Cancer Trust. The official push off is open in the New Road corner of the ground, right next to the cafe. All sorts of goodies and cricketing books are available. This is umpire Nick Cook's last match before retiring from the ECB's professional umpires team. He's been the first class umpire for the past 13 seasons, promoted to what was then the ECB's full list in 2009. Players, coaches, spectators and umpiring colleagues with Middlesex's experience, expertise and good humour, we wish him well on his retirement. And we welcome umpires Rob Davey and Nick Cook. And Tim Mercer, leading Middlesex on the field. Over the batting for Worcestershire, Jake Lilly and Ed Pollock.
Good morning from New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway on day one of this LV Insurance County Championship game between Worcestershire and Middlesex, the last game of the season. And the news is that Middlesex have won the toss and chosen, not surprisingly in the circumstances, to have a bowl first. And it will be, one imagines, a pretty tricky first hour or two for the Worcestershire batsmen on a sunny morning, but one that follows a night of overnight rain and a greenish hue to the pitch, certainly, as play gets underway. I'll bring you the team news in a minute. We just had a rather nice moment before the start of play as both sets of players lined up, forming a guard of honour to express their appreciation for the umpire Nick Cook, whose last game this will be as he retires at the end of this season. But bright sunshine as Tim Murtagh is about to begin the first over of the day, bowling to Ed Pollock from the New Road End. He bowls and Pollock is out, caught behind, ball that bounced and left him, and well, not sure if it took a glove or the shoulder of the bat, but through to the keeper, John Simpson. So the perfect start for Middlesex, as Ed Pollock, who made 100 at Northwood earlier in the year to win the game against Middlesex for Worcestershire, departs to the very first ball of the match. And a perfect start for Middlesex. And Tim Murtagh, the successful bowler, no doubt will have had exactly that sort of hope in his mind when that coin came down on the right side for him this morning. So Worcestershire lose Ed Pollock to the first ball of the game. They are 0-1. The Worcestershire team is unchanged from the win last week against Notts. So that's Pollock, who's out, Libby, Azhar Ali, Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Ed Barnard, Gareth Roderick keeping wicket, Matthew Waite, Josh Tung, Dylan Pennington and Ben Gibbon. And the Middlesex side, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, Steve Eskenazi, Peter Milan, Max Holden, John Simpson, Ryan Higgins, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones, Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh. The successful Tim Murtagh, who has just taken a wicket with the first ball of the match. So, disappointing start for Worcestershire, but not entirely surprising given the circumstances. Of no doubt whatsoever that had Brett D'Oliveira won the toss this morning, he would have chosen to bowl. Late September, greenish pitch, bit of movement around. There is absolutely no doubt that it's going to be a test in this first hour or so, and in fact I do think that ball that Pollock got, just watching a replay of it now, I think it did bounce quite significantly from Murtagh. Yeah, it did. Not a lot Pollock could do with that. In comes Murtagh now and bowls to Azhar Ali, and just to reinforce my point, that one pops up off a length and takes Azhar painfully on the right hand as he fends it down in front of him. So Tim Murtagh asking questions with every ball so far, and it's not going to be an easy first session for the Worcestershire batsman, that is absolutely certain. Just being joined by Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. Perfect start for Middlesex, Kevin.
Incredible, hey? Absolutely incredible. But I mean, September starts 10:30.
Yeah.
It does feel a little bit some of the times as though it's way too heavy in the toss, doesn't it? 10:30.
Here's Murtagh again, third ball of the first over bowls, and Azhar Ali is tentatively forward and steering this one down into the gully. Yeah, it's a lot on the toss. I was just saying before you joined me that I've no doubt whatsoever that Worcestershire would have bowled first, and it looked a pretty much, hesitate to say unplayable, but the best thing that Pollock could have hoped for would have been to miss that first one, I think, and that second one bounced nastily at Azhar. So it's a tall order for the batsman this morning. Here's Murtagh once again. He's in, he bowls, and Azhar is again forward and pushing that defensively down on the onside. It's going to test every ounce of the batsman's technique, I think, in these early overs. Azhar Ali, obviously hugely experienced, capable of playing a long innings, but he won't, even he with his experience of county cricket, won't have played that many innings in these sort of conditions, whereas Tim Murtagh is an expert in these conditions, and he's in now and he bowls, and Azhar actually uses his feet to this one and tries to disturb Murtagh's length a bit. It's a little bit shorter than the earlier balls in the over, and it bounces and takes Azhar in the midriff drops down on the offside. Both batsmen prodding at the pitch suspiciously. Jake Libby yet to face a delivery, the non-striker, and Mercer about to complete this first over, having made the breakthrough with the very first ball of the match. He turns again now in lovely autumnal sunshine, moves in and bowls, and Azza lets that one go outside the off stump. The end of the first over, a wicket maiden for the Middlesex skipper Tim Murtagh. A fantastic start for the visitors. Worcestershire 0 for 1.
Yeah, the old skipper does it again. Club captain took over from Pete Hanscom as the skipper when the Australian went back this year. Very popular captain. Didn't quite get the runs he was looking for in his time with Middlesex. A shame for him. Nobody would have worked harder or wanted it more than Hanscom. He was really seen as a good man. But yeah, Murtagh, Captain Murtagh, can he steer them to promotion in this final round? He's given them the perfect start. Here's a man who's having a near perfect season with the ball. Toby Rowland-Jones, wickets aplenty. The real spearhead of the attack as ever for Middlesex. And actually he's been a standout. Murtagh and perhaps Bamber haven't quite had the wickets at the average that they'd have expected this year, which is fine. That's how careers go. Both fabulous cricketers. But this man's been right at the peak of his powers. Libby awaits. Rowland-Jones is in. He bowls and up on his toes. Libby pushes a single away to mid-off, and there is no run. So 3 slips, backward point. Actually 3 slips and a gully. Points and a mid-off. Actually, is he settling a little tighter this time to 4th slip? I think he is, or is it? It's Max Holden.
Yeah.
There's a slight gap.
Well, yeah, just a little bit wide.
4 slips, aren't they?
Yeah.
As they all settle now, the gap's pretty much closed as Rowland-Jones is in. That's a little uppish on the back foot. One-handed by Libby. Bottom hand comes off. It goes to point fielder and no run. So yeah, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And the sun's come out. It's pretty gloomy this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of overnight rain, I think. Not quite so much in Worcester as where I live in the Vale of Evesham, about 20 miles away. I woke up to see quite large puddles on the road and clearly a fair amount of rain overnight. Not quite so much here, but some.
Rowland-Jones bowls a beauty. He's got him, has he? They all go up, and umpire Cook says it's the leg. Is that Cook? No, it's not Cook at that end.
I think it is. Yeah.
I think that's
umpire
Bailey.
Yeah, you're right. It's Bailey.
Yeah, I looked to. I mean,
no, it's Cook.
Is it?
Yeah. Bailey at square leg.
Ah.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, immediately indicated that it flicked the pad, didn't he? It's good umpiring, that, isn't it? It puts everybody out of their misery and stops the celebrations.
Rowland-Jones again. Bowls and up in the air again, this time to backward point. Just pushes it away. Morning to listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra. Frank Watson and myself, Kevin Hand bringing you the coverage here. Tim Murtagh with the wicket first ball of the match, giving Middlesex the perfect start on a sunny day at New Road, looking for the victory that would secure their place in Division 1 next year. One of the top 2 spots, Nottinghamshire leading the division. As I'm sure Kevin Howes has just been telling listeners, Glamorgan hoping to push for one of those 2 promotion places as well. Rowland-Jones is past the umpire, he bowls, and Libby is beaten again. This time a ball that lifts, Frank, and it's happening out there for Middlesex this morning, as we were saying. A big toss to win.
It is happening. First ball of the match, producing a wicket. Ed Pollock getting one that left him off the pitch and also bounced quite sharply, and Azhar Ali then hit painfully on the thumb by the second ball of the game. It's been very, very hard work for these 2 batsmen since that wicket. Every single ball asking questions.
Rowland-Jones to Libby, and nips back in, which gets a exasperated cry from behind the stumps. But bat involved. It's a single down to deep backward square leg, and applause for the first run of the match. 1 for 1 as Libby's off the mark, last ball of the overs. He'll have strike to the wicket taker Murtagh, the captain. This formidable pair of Murtagh and Rowland-Jones, who over the years have been putting the Frighteners up, many a batting line-up and down the country, and indeed an international level, the pair of them as well. Murtagh against England, Roland Jones for England against the South Africans. The injury being cruel to him, but a leading wicket taker this year, Roland Jones, and he has been in fantastic form. Pollock, of course, was the man who did the damage at Merchant Taylor School, Frank, when Worcestershire turned Middlesex over against the odds there, I have to say. Middlesex are very much favourites for that one. Fortress Merchant Taylors, as they call it.
Yeah,
a very good record.
The vagaries of cricket summed up in one man's season. Here's Murtagh bowls to Libby, who's beaten outside the off stump, maybe just pulled the bat out of the way, but through it goes to Simpson. Yes, Ed Pollock, who won the game at Merchant Taylors about 5-6 weeks ago with a brilliant 100 in the second innings, but out to the very first ball of the game today. That's the way it goes. Very different circumstances here at an autumnal new road at 10:30 in the morning from those that we saw at Northwood a few weeks ago. Here's Tim Murtagh again, moving away from us from the new road end, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Libby, and that one, if anything, keeps a little bit low and nips back, takes Libby on the pad. He goes away to square leg for a little walk, no doubt reflecting on how tough things are out there at the moment. One ball at a time, the batsmen will be saying to themselves, but it's been a real test so far. We've only had 14 deliveries in the game, and yet it seems that both these two batsmen have had their fair share of difficult ones to cope with. Here's Murtagh again. He's in, he bowls, and Libby moves down the pitch this time in an attempt to disturb Murtagh's length. Quite significant step or two down the pitch from the right-handed Libby, but didn't make any difference. He was beaten.
That wasn't far off a charge, was it, from Libby there?
Yeah. Clearly just trying to
a charge to defend,
do something. Yeah, absolutely. Very, very hard work at the moment. 1 for 1, Worcestershire lost that wicket to the first ball of the match. 3 slips, gully, short leg waiting as Murtagh is in the morning sunshine. He bowls and Libby throws the bat at that one outside the off stump. Seeing one a little bit fuller, threw his hands at it and mistimed it. Really just trickled up to mid-off.
Well, he was looking to be forceful off the back foot to Roland Jones a couple of times in the last over, didn't he? And twice nearly lifted it to point, one-handed on one occasion with a back foot punch. That was an unbelievably aggressive strike, really, at this stage. But that tells you just what game Libby's playing out there, the game he feels he needs to play.
He doesn't want to just sit and be bowled at, does he? Here's Murtagh in, bowls, and this time he just works this one off his hips down to long leg. Takes one, thinks about 2, but good piece of fielding down there, and he's unable to get back. So he gets his second single, Jake Libby. 2 for 1 now, Worcestershire. I think there's a case for a batsman in these circumstances feeling that the best policy isn't just to sit back and let the bowlers bowl at you, but try and be a little bit proactive, try and disturb the length a little bit. That's what Libby is doing. Murtagh to Azhar Ali, and Azhar lets that one go outside the off stump. So it's another very tidy over, but one that Worcestershire survive, and after 3 overs, having lost the toss, they are 2 for 1. A lovely autumnal new road morning, the sun shining, but it's hard work for the batsmen.
I was just about to talk about as well the lovely sounds that you have at a ground that are so familiar. There was the lovely sound of the rattler going past.
The trolley.
That was the trolley, not the train outside. There's not a train track nearby. The food trolley, where was it going? Which direction?
I have no idea. Backwards and forwards it goes.
Did it ever stop here?
You might be lucky around lunchtime.
Here's Roland Jones, 4 slips in place. Libby's 2 from 11, and Roland Jones straight onto the length again. And Libby didn't play that with much time at all, did he? Roland Jones, not quite the pace he used to be, his England days and his peak. Bowling Middlesex to the title in 2016. Can he bowl them to promotion today? I think this is the first full season since that title for him. He got the England call up the next year, and then the injury struck, denied him that trip down under an Ashes tour. In he comes, he bowls, and forward goes Libby, pushing back to mid-off, no run. More solid on this occasion from Libby. More solid, but still tentative from him. He almost felt as though he was stretching for it tentatively, that one.
I think in these circumstances it's it's quite difficult for the batsman to get properly forward, isn't it? Just not trusting the bounce.
The first one he played from within.
Lift.
Well, he played the first one from within the crease and it rushed him, didn't it? And then this one he tentatively was forward as Roland Jones passes the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's eased away back up the track, and that was better from Libby. He felt a little bit more sure with his work on that one. Only halfway forward, but in a good position to play it. Prods away at the surface once more. Ali comes down to have a natter with him at the same time. Wish him luck, really. Stick at it. It should be a challenging morning, and it is.
Yeah, it's not really a case of preferring to be at one end or the other either, is it? Because I think it's equally testing at both ends.
Roland Jones bowls, and again driving one-handed at that one. He gets a single on the front foot this time against Roland Jones. Libby just wide of mid-off. That was a really long stretch to find that ball, wasn't it? A long stretch with the bat out in front of him. We had actually quite a good angle for this contest between he and Roland Jones. At a deep third, watching on, but it just gives you the idea of the depth of range when going forward, or indeed on the back foot when he's pushed back by Roland Jones. Just what's happening in the crease for him, and not square on, which again takes another factor out of it, but equally not behind. Sometimes you don't quite get the feel of just how far forward a batter's having to go. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and good leave by Azhar Ali. Left as much on length as anything. Through it goes to the gloves of John Simpson. Another fine week last week in leading that charge to victory against Leicestershire. A crucial one now as we look at the points tally this final round.
Yeah, Worcestershire will take heart, I suppose, from the fact that this time last week they lost the toss and were put in by Nottinghamshire and were in real trouble in that first innings, but recovered from losing 5 early wickets to win the game.
Roland Jones hits the crease, hits the pads as well, not out, says umpire Cook, who removes his hat, end of the over. He walks down to hand the cap to Roland Jones. I was wondering what the significance was of the way he removed his cap. He was a little bit like an old cowboy there, wasn't he, at the end of the movie, or just before the gunfight perhaps, just taking his cap off and his wide-rimmed cap, walking forward. But just off for a stroll, a lovely guard of honour for him this morning, which all the press managed as well to give him a standing ovation.
Both teams lined up in their full whites and gave him a guard of honour. Nick Cook, umpire, standing in his last game, retiring at the end of this season, and one of the most popular umpires on the circuit, I think, with the players, not least because of his impish sense of humour. Here's Tim Murtagh bowling to Libby, who is pushing at that one and completely beaten outside the off stump. Did get forward. Wonder, it'll be interesting to see what he does in this over, whether he continues to try and disturb Murtagh's length by using his feet.
Which he did. He got that single down to long leg by doing so, didn't he?
Didn't really succeed with. Had threw his hands at one, tried a big drive, walked down the wicket to one, but you can do whatever you like. I don't think you're going to particularly change the balance on a pitch like this in the first hour. And he's beaten again, this time on the back foot. I think he does have a habit of pulling the bat inside the line, but I don't think he did on that occasion. I think it was a genuine play and miss, and I just think Ed Pollock might be sitting in the pavilion thinking if it was his day he would have missed that first one, and he just happened to get a touch or a glove, a shoulder of the bat through to Simpson. First ball of the match, perfectly directed by Murtagh across the left-hander. It's the right-handed Libby waiting now, bat raised as Murtagh is in again and bowls, and hurried again Libby, pushing forward, jamming the bat down on it and pushing it out on the offside. There's a jerkiness about his movements. Libby at the moment clearly not yet found any kind of rhythm out there, and that's perfectly understandable given that we've seen perhaps a little bit of sideways movement and a bit of variable bounce. One or two in particular have climbed quite steeply. That one didn't. Here's Murtagh again. Bowls, and Libby this time did pull his bat inside the line quite clearly and allow that through to the Middlesex keeper John Simpson. It's a sparsely populated New Road. Most of the spectators are at this New Road end of the ground from which we commentate, and that's because it's bathed in sunshine. The Basil d'Oliveira stand at the Diglis end of the ground is in shadow and quite chilly. There's quite a stiff breeze blowing, as we can see from the trees between us and the cathedral on the far side of the ground, stirring quite considerably in the breeze as Murta moves in again and bowls, and Libby is forward again, pushes this out on the offside, fielded in the gully, and there's no run. The score remains 3-1. Worcestershire unchanged from the team that beat the leaders Nottinghamshire last week, which means that Joe Leach is no longer is again out of the side, and Gareth Roderick continues to keep wicket. Middlesex, their team is Robson, Stoneman, Eskenazi, Milan, Holden, Simpson, Higgins, Holman, Roland Jones, Bamber, and this man Tim Murta, who's in again now and bowls, and Libby gets a run here, pushing forward, not intending it to go where it did, intending it to go much straighter than that, but he gets a thickish inside edge and it runs to mid-wicket for a single, his fourth in fact, the fourth of the Worcestershire innings, and it is the end of the fifth over and the home side are 4-1.
Just a quick glance at the scores elsewhere. Inspection at 11 at Canterbury, Kent versus Somerset, Lancashire 15 without loss against Surrey at Old Trafford against the champions. Northants taking on Essex at Wantage Road, Essex 3 without loss. Inspection at 10:45 just a few moments ago at Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Hampshire. Hampshire not going for the title as they'd have liked to have been in that final round. Here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and Libby's beaten by a lifting ball through to Simpson. Lovely from Roland Jones. Finding that length, which is pretty unplayable. It's the extra bit of bounce that he gets.
Yeah.
If he's a fraction too short, it becomes a pretty length going past the edge, but just where that was there's not much that Libby can do with that apart from pray. You can't get forward to that length. You know it'll lift as well from Roland Jones, and even knowing it lifts, you can't particularly play for a bounce that you think might come. As Roland Jones is in, nips this one back and hits somewhere amidship. It falls away backward a point. No run once more. Gloucestershire 14 without loss at Yorkshire. Leicestershire 21 without loss against Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire 9 without loss, having won the toss at Trent Bridge against Durham. That's a
won
bold,
the toss and chose to bat.
That's a bold call, isn't it? You just wonder what the instructions were for the pitch at Trent Bridge. Make sure it's flat. A draw will do.
It's difficult though, isn't it, to make a flat pitch at this time of year?
Well, it is. 10:30 start should offer an awful lot of help. As here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and that wraps on the pads. It's got to have a chance, and it does. Nick Cook slowly raises the finger and eventually makes it all the way to the top, and Libby is well on his way back. A big plunge forward from him, but the stride doesn't save him. LBW, Libby's gone for 4, and Worcestershire are 4 for 2 in the 6th.
Yeah, didn't get too much bounce. It was fuller, and it was a good share. Nick Cook had a good look at it, didn't rush. I think Jake Libby knew that he was on his way. It's been a really, really tough 5.5 overs for the Worcestershire batsmen out there. Very much what we would have expected, I think, to be fair. I'm sure, as I said earlier, that when the coin came down on the right side from Tim Murta's point of view, this is exactly the sort of start that he had in mind. Maybe not a wicket from the first ball of the match, but he would have thought, yeah, it's a good toss to win. And I would think, whereas you probably win a toss and put a team in and you hope to have them 3, maybe 4 down at lunch, I think in these circumstances you might be hoping for rather more than that, 5 or 6 wickets down at lunch. Worcestershire, it's just about survival really, just get through the first 10 overs, the first 15. But it is hard work. Azhar Ali is being joined by Jack Haynes. These two have enjoyed several significant partnerships, 1 or 2 quite impressive ones this season. The young and the old of the Worcestershire middle order, and Jack Haynes is going to be tested here, the young man. He's had an excellent season as he continues his development, highly rated by many, but as I said, not often that you have to bat in circumstances that are quite so much stacked in the favour of the bowler as on a damp morning towards the end of September. It's also quite quite warm out there. I would imagine there's a little bit of movement in the air as well, Kev.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Mercer's the man. If there's going to be swing, it'll be Mercer that finds it. Roland Jones looking to find something off the surface. As we always say, that lift. He finds a lift on most surfaces. It really does manage to bang that ball in and find a little bit of additional bounce.
Just having another look at that LBW. Yeah, looked a good shout, I think. Don't think there's much doubt about that one.
Roland Jones to Haynes, the right-hander awaits, and Roland Jones bowls a good line length, which is left alone with a positive stride back high up in the air. No tentativeness about that at all from Haynes. Yeah, just looking over your shoulder at that one, what we could see was the big stride forward, but what he didn't have as the bat came down, there seemed to be a little bit of a gate there, didn't there? And actually,
I don't think that front pad did a great deal either. No.
Yeah.
No, you see him in the front pad hadn't gone very far forward.
Yeah, but neither that far forward nor across, indeed.
Yeah.
It felt as though bat and pad weren't going together in the defence at that one. They were wobbling slightly. Well, the bat certainly was at the angle it was coming down as his. Roland Jones, he bowls full, and this ball's clipped back along the floor to the bowler by Haynes. Looking, well, there you go, he replays it. He was looking for mid-wicket there, wasn't he? But he clips it straight back down the track to Roland Jones, which was certainly the better option rather than that early in the innings, closing the face and whipping through the onside. Dramatic start here at New Road. Middlesex needing the victory to be sure of promotion. Back to Division 1 as Roland Jones comes in, he bowls, and Haynes gets a big stride in, and Roland Jones gets a word or two in as well at the end of the over. He's bowled 3. 1 for 2 he has, Worcestershire 4 for 2 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Frank Watson for BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio London. And already there's a nervous excitement about this one, Frank, or is it a bit of...
Yeah.
Is it nervous excitement from a Worcestershire perspective, or just nerve?
I think it's a funny one from a Worcestershire perspective. I'll reflect as we go through this over on how the season's gone, as Murtagh comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and Azhar Ali leaves that alone, taken by Simpson. No run, 4 for 2. Worcestershire's season has been a mixed one. The Red Bull campaign hasn't gone too badly at all. It began with a game at Leicester where they had 20 overs at the last pair and couldn't force a win, and since then they've played pretty good cricket, failed to actually nail 2 or 3 games that they probably should have won, I think they would feel, and then 2 of the last 3 games have been rain affected. Murtagh in again, bowls to Azhar, and he plays forward defensively, no run. At Cardiff 3 weeks ago they were in a winning position and it rained and they didn't have a chance to press home their advantage. At Hove 2 weeks ago the same thing happened when they were in a winning position, and they would feel certainly that they could easily have won 2, if not 3, if not 4 more games this season than they have, and that's not being overly optimistic. Genuinely realistic assessment, as Murtagh is in again and bowls, and Azhar is down the pitch and might regret that because he gets one that bounces quite sharply and it hits him painfully again on that right thumb. Second time he's been struck there today. Removes his glove and shakes his hand rather ruefully, but survived. So Worcestershire could quite easily not be in 4th but be right up battling for the promotion spots, but it's not to be. Set alongside that, their white ball season was pretty much disastrous as Murtagh bowls. Ali leaves alone outside the off stump. In both white ball competitions their performances were very, very ordinary, and at times worse than that by their own admission. And it's easy to kind of colour the season and think, oh, it's been a bad season because there were some really terrible performances in the T20 campaign particularly, but that would be to ignore what has been quite a successful Red Bull season in many ways. Murtagh in again, bowls, and Ali is forward, turns that to short leg very comfortably for once, and there's no run. 4 for 2 it remains in the 7th over. So it's been a mixed season. The red ball and the white ball campaigns have been very different. As regards nerves, I think today, obviously nerves, They want to. They finished the season strongly. The game at Cardiff, the game at Hove, they could have won. They beat Notts last week, and they will obviously want to finish the season strongly and to make it as hard as possible for Middlesex. But there's no doubt that Middlesex have more to play for as Murtagh bowls, and that's left alone by Azhar Ali outside the off stump. Tidy maiden over from Tim Murtagh, who's now bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, and has 1 for 2. Toby Rowland-Jones 3 overs, 1 maiden, also 1 for 2, and Worcestershire are 4 for 2.
Well, when the fixtures came out, I think looking at this one, last game of the season, Worcestershire away for Middlesex, you had a fair fancy that you'd come here and Worcestershire and Middlesex would both be hoping to have something riding on this one, that it would almost be a playoff between the pair for who would go up, or to be in with a chance of going up. But now it is only Middlesex. They've had a good start, 4 for 2. Rowland-Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and now this ball's left alone outside off. Through it goes to the keeper. Yeah, you mentioned the autumnal feel here as well, which adds to this predicament this morning. It is damp underfoot out there, isn't it? A lot of overnight rain, as he said. Cloud cover's just blown over again. But it's lovely. We've got some lovely views so far. The cathedral's just the colour changes by the moment of that cathedral, doesn't it? Every time you look at it,
makes it look particularly attractive, doesn't it?
The cloud cover's over at the moment. As Rowland-Jones is midway through his run up, he bowls and Swan wraps the pads again. That's going to be close. Not out. Now, he wasn't a long way forward at all, Haynes. Again, we're not in line. Let's have a look and see on the replay. Perhaps isn't batting that far across. Haynes, which saved him there. He hadn't got anywhere within the crease, had he?
No, I just got the impression it might have done a bit too much.
Yeah, he's batting a. Ooh, I tell you what, that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, it might have done. It might just done a bit too much. I don't know, but it was knee rolled as well, wasn't it? I don't know. There might have been just enough doubt in Nick Cook's mind. But Rowland-Jones looked very disappointed, didn't he?
Here's Rowland-Jones's response. Similar line, similar length, and kept out by Haynes. Well, he is batting with quite an open stance, isn't he? And showing a fair bit of the stumps. So when I saw Rowland-Jones release, I thought, okay, it's probably drifting down. But he did get a long way across without going forward at all.
If he'd have missed that last one, he would definitely have been dead.
Yeah.
Because that was right in front. But he got a bit of bat on it. It's one ball at a time, isn't it? As a batsman in these circumstances, just knuckle down, keep the next one out, keep the next one out.
It's one ball at a time for the commentator as well, Frank. It's a long way to next April, isn't it? It's that horrible horrible feeling at the end of the season. This is a full one again from Rowland-Jones, which Haynes does work into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Mark Stoneman. There's no run.
Yes, it does. That long cricketless period is
upon us.
It is almost. Make the most of the next 3 days.
Oh, indeed.
If we get 3 more days.
Where will all eyes be on come the end of this week, the end of this round of matches? Relegation in Division 1 still to be resolved. Promotion in Division 2. Both spots up for grabs. Rowland-Jones is in, he bowls, and this is driven down the ground. A lovely shot. Over pitch by Rowland-Jones on that occasion, perhaps going hunting a little bit too much. And a half volley which Haynes relishes and drives powerfully. An economy of effort, but powerfully back past mid-off. The first boundary, 8 for 2, Worcestershire.
Yeah, the bat asserts itself for the first time today, really. It was no more than a push, but he timed it well. And the ball might just have gathered a bit of moisture as it rolled over the outfield to the boundary.
Talking of the changing colours of the cathedral, there's some rain falling in front of it now. It looks as though there is, as Rowland-Jones comes in, bowls, and Haynes charges down the track to leave alone. End of the over, 4 for him. Azhar Ali yet to get off the mark from 14 deliveries. He's seen 2 teammates fall this morning. Worcestershire 8 for 2. Yeah,
I don't think it's right. I can't see any umbrellas going up, which is usually a sign, isn't it?
Maybe it's just got gloomy over
just having a word about something. But
it's just got gloomy over the top of the cathedral there. I was going to say on the colours of it earlier, even though the cloud cover's over at the moment, it doesn't look as dark as it did. It was almost a silhouette over there earlier.
Update for BBC Hove and Worcester's FM listeners. Well, Worcestershire lost the toss and were invited to bat this morning by the visitors Middlesex, who were very much chasing promotion, and what a good decision it was, because Worcestershire lost Ed Pollock to the very first ball of the game, caught behind by the wicketkeeper John Simpson off the bowling of Tim Murtagh. That was 0 for 1, obviously 4 for 2 then in the 6th over when Jake Libby was LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. It's really, really tough out there for the Worcestershire batsmen at the moment. Jack Haynes has joined Azhar Ali. He's hit the 1 boundary so far. Haynes, he's on 4. Azhar Ali is on 1, but Worcestershire are really struggling at the moment. In the 9th over, they're 9 for 2. As Azhar Ali just picks up that single. And here's Tim Murtagh bowling to Jack Haynes. Bowls and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump. Let everyone go if you possibly can, the batsmen will be saying to each other. But it's really, really tough, as I say, out there. Just going back to that Worcestershire season, and I'm always keen to hear what listeners think. Can get in touch with us on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58, and Kevin is just
at Kevin Hand BBC.
Kevin Hand BBC. Middlesex or Worcestershire supporters, always keen to hear from you. As Murtagh comes in again and bowls, and Haynes fends this one away on the leg side uppishly. It's going to be a leg by. I think it's come off the thigh pad. Yeah, leg by signalled by Rob Bailey. It flew past short leg, popped up quite sharply, that one. An extra takes Worcestershire into double figures. I think it will do when it eventually goes onto the board. Bit slow at the moment. The board is usually very quick. 10 for 2, I think. And Azhar Ali on strike. Yeah, I was going to say my final word on Worcestershire's season. I'll break off as Murtagh bowls this one. And Ali is forward, pushing up to mid-on. And that is to say that you look for signs of progress, don't you, in areas of the sort of squad. And in the red ball cricket, I think it's the seam bowling that has seen the biggest signs of progress. Josh Tongue has come back in the last few games, having had a very, very serious long-term injury, which at one stage everybody thought was going to end his career. He's not back to full fitness, but Dylan Pennington has made real strides this season. Murtagh in again, bowls, and Ali is forward, pushes back to the bowler, no run, and alongside that we've seen the emergence of Ben Gibbon, left-arm seamer, who's not played that many games, but has recently, in particular, last week against Notts, bowled very well. And although Charlie Morris has been lost to injury, we've seen Joe Leach turn in some good performances, and it's just looked as though there's a bit of development in the seam bowling unit, which is likely to bear fruit in the future, as Ali again jabs down on this one from Mercer and turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. The end of another very good over, another maiden for Tim Murtagh. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Toby Rowland-Jones 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Azhar Ali 1, Jack Haynes 4. The man out, Ed Pollock, caught behind off the first ball of the game. Worcestershire struggling on. After 9 overs, they're 10 for 2.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Frank Watson and myself, Kevin Hand. And, well, whether there was a little shower that just fell in between the cathedral and the ground, it looks as though it's moved on. If there was, as Rowland-Jones is in, bowls short down the leg side, and that's hooked away for 4. Short of boundary to the onside. And Haynes capitalises his second boundary, Worcestershire's second boundary. They're 14 for 2. There's a long leg in place down there, Ethan Bamber, who I think there was just a slight doubt over Bamber something this morning, not quite sure what, but had he have missed out. Ishan Kaushal was to be ready. Oh, there is an umbrella up, Frank. Look over there, over in front of the ladies' pavilion. I've just looked away to the right. I think there was a little shower that just fell, but it has passed on as his Rowland-Jones, he's in. Bowls full and driven only as far as mid-off, mistimed on this occasion.
That's where the weather usually comes from, the southwest down towards Malvern, and it's blue sky over there, which is good news.
So maybe it just whipped over the top of our head in between us and the the cathedral then, that little shower. I mean, you can certainly see that heavy dark cloud that's headed off into the distance now. We had to peek out from the back of the stand here at New Road. So there's a roof above us, which we shouldn't complain about at all. We have to wait to really see what's up above as we sat back slightly in the stand. As here's Roland Jones in bowls, extra bit of bounce as usual onto the hip of Haynes. It looks like it's hurt him as they take the run and eventually umpire Cook. He's going to have fun. We're going to have to keep an eye on umpire Cook this week, Frank.
Yeah, could be mischievous. He
took a long while to lift that leg, and then he didn't so much as touch it as he rubbed his leg.
He has a walkie-talkie linked to the scorers who are next to us, and you often during the day when he's here see them having a giggle when he's just said something through the walkie-talkie. The impish Nick Cook.
Roland Jones passes him now as he bowls, and Azhar Ali tries to help it on its way down the leg side. Through it goes to Simpson there. No
just
run.
Check the local forecast. No significant rain forecast actually at all until Friday really. So we ought to be undisturbed in this game.
So we'll be done on Wednesday, is what you're telling us?
Yeah, probably. The light might be an issue towards the end of the day, I think, and it was lovely when the sun was out, but it's a little bit gloomy now. But that is generally where it comes from over there to the southwest, and it does look brighter.
Roland Jones is in, he bowls, left alone by Elliott, hits somewhere up on the back hip and deflects through to third slip. No appeal from anywhere. Height was clearly an issue on that one the whole time.
Well, most of the fielders wearing sweaters, which is very annoying when you're a commentator because you can't see the numbers on their shirts, can you?
Yes, Middlesex in the cable nets.
Yeah. No, I like seeing the sweaters. I like the old-fashioned cable knit sweaters, but
you can just about
see a number or two through, can't you? Max Holden at fourth slip, I can see.
Roland Jones hits the crease now. He bowls and hits the leg stump line again, and that gets through John Simpson. Well, it doesn't get through him as much as he went a long way to his left to try and stop that, but 4 byes it is, and end of the 10th over here at New Roads. The hosts Worcestershire put in 19 for 2, and Middlesex with a wicket apiece for Murtagh and for Roland Jones. They're not quite the doctor and the dentist, are they? They're not express pace, the pair of them, but they're undoubtedly a bit of a dream duo because you fancy one of them's going to find something. Either there'll be some movement through the air for Murtagh, or there'll be movement off the surface for Roland Jones.
Yeah, in these circumstances they're almost the ideal combination, aren't they, I think. That last one was interesting because it must have done quite a bit sideways to have Simpson diving like that. It wasn't really that far down the leg side. Here's Murtagh, bowls to Haynes, and that one bounces and hits him in the ribs, and that did hurt. He's pulled away in pain and goes for a walk.
Roland Jones extracts bounce all the time, doesn't he? Murtagh, not so much so.
So that's what I was going to say, but the last one from Roland Jones, it died a little bit as well, didn't it? And Simpson was diving, and it died on him, went under his arm. So a little bit variable at this end, this New Road end, I think.
Which is where Roland Jones, you'd fancy, should be bowling then.
Yeah.
When they do change around, I don't think an imminent change is needed. They've both got wickets, they've settled in nicely into their spells, but when they come to change, you'd fancy they'll change ends for Roland Jones, looking at that.
There's Murtagh in again, and Haynes goes walkabout again down the pitch, but doesn't profit him in any way because he plays and misses. But we've seen Haynes and Libby and Azhar Ali to an extent today using their feet in an attempt to make Toby Roland Jones change his length, in an attempt to disturb his rhythm a little bit. Absolutely unsuccessful so far.
Stoneman's doing his best to disturb the batters as well. He's right from short leg, he's right onto the spot, isn't he? Just having a look at the pitch. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. In comes Murtagh again. Bowls, and Haynes is forward driving nicely, actually. Gets one as it goes back past the bowler. Good sliding stop. And only one, but eases the pressure just a tiny little bit. And Jack Haynes goes to 9. And the Worcestershire total to 20 for 2.
Speaking of a wonderful pair, look at that pair of scribes that have just walked past us. Paul Edwards and Shield Berry here for this match. Grew up reading Shield all the time.
Yeah. We do feel important, Kev, when you big boys come to town.
You might include me with Paul Edwards and Shield Berry.
Tim Murtagh in bowls, and Azhar Ali pushes out on the offside. There's no run, no, but because there's quite a bit on this game, it means as well that we're on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra as well, and
the
a little bit more attention focused on Worcester and some of the national newspaper writers in the press box.
Well, the whisper is Kevin Howes has kept the engine running at Edgbaston, hasn't he?
He might be coming. Well, we can but hope. 20 for 2.
I wouldn't go that far, but
and it's Murta from the New Road End bowling to Azhar Ali. He lets that go outside the off stump with that extravagant leave that he sometimes uses, raising the bat high above his head. Through it goes to John Simpson. But there was a time, of course, when this little press box would have been packed out with all the national writers back in the days of Hick and Botham and Dilly and all that, but those days long gone. It's often a sparsely populated press box these days, but as we say, quite a bit on this game, obviously, in terms of the promotion battle between Middlesex, Glamorgan and Notts, which Worcestershire have just missed out on. Murta in bowls, and Azhar is pushing at this one, and it's taken by John Simpson low down to his right. Azhar does that thing where he walks away and indicates with his right hand how much it did off the pitch, as batsmen do these days, but he didn't get an edge. It's the end of another very, very tidy over from Tim Murta. Runs are hard to come by, but they're battling well, these two, and Worcestershire are 20 for 2 off 11. Azhar Ali is on 1. He's faced 24 balls for those runs, and Jack Haynes is on 9.
Change of bowling. Roland Jones is done after 5 overs, 1 for 10 from his 5. I do wonder, is that because they've looked at the bounce and they're thinking, look, just take 5. Or usually do 6, 7, maybe. Would he still do 8s? Occasionally he does, if things are going well, as they are here at the moment. But I wonder, are they thinking about a change of ends for Roland Jones, looking at that slightly more variable bounce that Tim Murta has been able to find. So Ethan Bamber replaces Roland Jones. He's had quite the haircut as well. That's Peaky Blinder stuff from Ethan Bamber, isn't it? I've never seen him shave his head around the back and sides like that. Still with a long old mop on top though. He's got 4 slips as well, and he's got Haynes on strike on 9. Backward points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Bamber's right arm over. He bowls right onto the spot, as he always is. Defended by Haynes.
I like Ethan Bamber. I saw quite a bit of him at Cheltenham a couple of years ago, 3 years ago I think, when he was on loan to Gloucestershire, and he bowled very well in a game against Worcestershire. And one of the things that always strikes me about him is how quickly he gets into his rhythm when he runs up. And some bowlers go through the gears, but he gets into a big stride about now.
And bowls. And beats the edge. Forward defence from Haynes.
He gets into sort of full length strides about 4 or 5 paces into his run up, which is quite lengthy, and he just maintains that all the way through. He always seems to get into a nice rhythm quite early on, I think. A busy bowler, isn't he? Walks back quickly, quite purposeful.
Steps backwards the last 3 or 4 paces to find his mark, and then a gentle lean forward, and as you say, then he's away into his stride. He bowls and finds lift to beat the edge of Haynes on the back foot. Now he played that as though it really ballooned on him.
That is some haircut, isn't it? Just looking at it.
It is. It's a sharp
around the back, isn't it?
And I mean, it's almost completely shaved.
We had a
back and side from all the way up to the crown. It's almost shaved, isn't it? And then there's a huge mop on the top.
A very impressive haircut at Hove from Jack Carson of Sussex the other day as well. Which he even discussed with Adrian Holmes.
Is that length ball from Bamber, and I suppose tickled away into the onside, and there's no. There goes. Look at how dark the cathedral's gone again. I just want to take you back to it, Frank. This sort of talking about the ever-changing colours of that cathedral. You'd almost suggest that it's a grey stone on that cathedral. It's so dark at the moment.
It's almost honey-coloured, isn't it?
Yeah, but now, I mean, it's still cloud cover as it was a few moments ago when we discussed it. But you look at it now, and it's almost grey, charcoal grey. You'd suggest
like an Edinburgh building or something like that, isn't it? At the moment.
Here goes. Bamber bowls inside edge. Well, being harsher in the inside edge, a thick inside part of the bat down to deep backward square leg for a single. 22 for 2.
Turned neatly.
I was almost going to go Gothic. It's almost Transylvanian at the moment, that cathedral over there. But as you say, just even the smallest glints of light, and then as well,
it's
Paul
a
Edwards.
Wonderful building.
Well, Paul Edwards was mentioning earlier, and this will surely make his piece later. The setting sun on that cathedral. Which, for the final game of the season, we'll hope to see a few times over the next 3 or 4 days as Bamba's in, bowls, and Azhar Ali tentatively forward, pushes back up the track and no run. End of the 12th, 21 for 2. Apologies, I was ahead. I went 22 for 2 too early. It's 21 for 2 at the end of the 12th.
Yeah, and the bowling figures in full. Tim Murtagh, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. That won the wicket of Ed Pollock, taken with the very first ball of the match. And Toby Rowland-Jones, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. And Ethan Bamber now just 1 over, and he has conceded 1 run. Murtagh is continuing from the New Road end. We're at a kind of wideish long on as he makes his way in to bowl to Haynes. 3 slips and a gully and a short leg. Cover mid-off, mid-on, and long leg the rest of the field. As Murtagh is in and he beats Haynes outside the off stump. He's on the back foot, just pushing at that one. Climbed quite steeply through to John Simpson.
They're playing it as though it's a minefield at times, aren't they? There's bounce, there's sideways movement.
I don't think Azhar Ali is using all his skill, probably as...
Well, 1 from 25 tells a story, doesn't it?
But he's probably looked more comfortable than anybody else, but it's I wouldn't say it's a minefield, I'd just say it's highly stacked in the bowler's favour at the moment. Here's Murtagh again, he's in and he bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump. That's a good leave. But it is quite literally 1 ball at a time if you're a batsman out there at the moment. I think that's what they'll be saying to each other. Just get through the next over, and see where we are. As I say, they were in trouble last week against Notts in similar circumstances, having lost the toss. Came back very strongly and eventually made 390 in that first innings after being 90 odd for 5. So that was a pretty good effort. Just hoping they can recover similarly today. Here's Murtagh again, he bowls, and Haynes on the back foot pushes up to mid-on, and there is no run. 21 for 2.
Middlesex are on top here. They're bowling very well. They've won the toss and they're making the most of it. Worcestershire 21 for 2 in the 13th. Could they, Frank, have bowled a little straighter though and forced the batters to play just a fraction more than they have?
I think it might be being a bit too critical. I mean, Rowland-Jones had that very, very good shout against Haynes as well.
He did.
Here's Murtagh again. Haynes on the walk, pushes up to mid-on. And again, Rowland-Jones does the fielding and there's no run. But they've bowled pretty well.
They bowled brilliantly. Just could they have been a fraction straighter? But look, maybe. Murtagh's conceded 4 runs off 7 overs.
Yeah. 1
for 4 off 7, 2 maidens. It's been brilliant from him. 1 a tickle down to long leg. We could probably name them all, couldn't we? Those 4 runs. They'll be getting that.
Turns again now. The Middlesex skipper. And bowls to Haynes, who gets runs. I think it'll be 2, might even be 4, as he clips that off his pads. It is 4.
2 straight from Murtagh.
Ethan Bamber runs around the boundary. Yeah. Good shot from Haynes. His 3rd boundary actually. He's timed that nicely. No more than a little clip. Kevin would describe it as an inside edge.
But I do feel he's gone straighter in this over though. Perhaps maybe it's because it's his last.
1
for 8 off 6.5 now. The over opened up with that leave outside off, and it just feels though he's gone straighter and straighter and straighter, and well, he's been clipped, as you say, for 4. Penultimate ball.
Haynes on 14. Last ball of the over comes in now. Bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump. So well negotiated that over by Jack Haynes, and at the end of it, 13 gone. Worcestershire 25 for 2. Where does
he go now, Murtagh? Rowland-Jones bowled 5, wasn't it? He bowled 5. Murtagh 1 for 8 from 7.
Ryan Higgins maybe.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how soon they can turn around Rowland-Jones at this end, if they did want to give Rowland-Jones a go here. I'm just having a look to see Higgins in the field. He's back with points. I haven't seen him warm up yet.
Mentioned that game at Cheltenham that Ethan Bamber did very well in. Ryan Higgins was in that Gloucestershire side, also had a very good game.
Bamber's in, bowls, and plunging forward at that one. Azhar Ali is beaten. Really did take quite the plunge forward and push across. Well beaten though, and down the track comes Haynes. There's almost a debate after every ball, isn't there?
Yeah.
Whether it's a little impersonal investigation, inquiry, or
just a little bit of encouragement, I think, from each other. Keep
oh, absolutely.
Don't throw it away.
But there's plenty to talk about, isn't there? Middlesex very much on top. They'll, as you said, be thinking about 5 or 6 in this session, not 3 or 4, as Bamber hits on the hip, falls away backward square on the leg side for a leg bye. 26 for 2. We don't need to wait for the teasing umpire Cooks to eventually raise his leg on that one, or do we? He doesn't raise his leg.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, just
what? He went quickly on it this time.
Just very, very slightly.
He's up to no good,
teasing the scorer.
Teasing us. Having fun with his last game.
Yeah, Azhar stays on 1. Oh no, he's giving him a run. I beg your pardon. Maybe he was just teasing him. He just pretended. He definitely raised his leg, but maybe he was just pretending, and he patted Azhar on the shoulder at the same time. Oh, you got a nick on that, did you?
Bamber hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes Haynes, pushing back up the track. Top ball again, the sun comes out. Hey?
He's given him a run, definitely. 2 off 27 now for Azhar.
The sun comes out, it lights up New Road. It hasn't lit up the cathedral just yet, though. Although it's no longer that ashen charcoal grey. It's
brown now.
Yeah, exactly.
It is extraordinary. I don't think I've ever noticed it quite as much as I have today since you've pointed it out.
No, I always remember it here at New Road that you just see that it's one of those things, isn't it? You think, goodness me, every time I look at it, it's a different colour. Here's Bamber, he's in, and he goes straight through Haynes. Now, Haynes was, well, in a reasonably good position, it looks at from our angle at deep third to play that one, but he was beaten all ends up by it, and we'll have a look at the replay to see just how that got through him. And oh goodness me, that straightens at the last off the pitch.
Jaffa, wasn't it?
Wow, that was a pretty straight delivery. Was that slightly the problem? He wasn't far enough forward to play it. He was trapped in the crease. It looked at quite full length, and as it straightened,
miss it, I think.
Yeah,
Sashin would have nicked it, wouldn't he?
Bamber bowls, and he's halfway forward, pushing at that a long way outside the off stump. Mentioned that gap in between bat and pad from Haynes, evident there again, wasn't he? Wasn't quite across with his pad. He comes down and taps away at the surface. I was going to ask you actually, Azhar Ali, that little movement, as you said, that just to suggest with his hand, yeah, that one just nipped away.
Yeah.
You're a fan of that? Batter seems to have grown into the game,
grown,
a tick more and more. And
yeah.
I know there'll be certain coaches who would not like seeing that because you're almost talking out your teammates before they get out there.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Bamber in bowls and beats the edge once more. That one nips away off the surface once more from Bamber. Beautiful bowling, end of the 14th, 26 for 2. He's conceded 2 runs in his opening 2 overs.
Yeah, just to explain what we're talking about to listeners, we're saying about how batsmen often will play and miss at a ball, and then as they turn or walk away, they just take a hand off the bat, usually the right hand, and just mime a little movement, a little seam movement. And I always, I mean, it's almost a reflex now. I don't think anybody does it on purpose to sort of put anybody off or disturb the dressing room or whatever, although, as you say, Kevin, that might well be the effect. I almost sometimes think it's a way of telling the crowd what's happened, you know. Murtagh is continuing, and Azhar is on the walk and taken on the pad by one that nips back at him, drops on the offside. I almost feel it's just a kind of instinctive reaction. I've been beaten, and I just want everybody to know that this is what happened. But as you say, there will be some coaches and captains who might say, well, actually, we don't need that, because what you're doing is you're just putting doubt into the minds of the batsmen that are waiting to come in. You're perhaps reinforcing the superiority that the bowler is feeling. Probably lots of reasons not to do it. Murtagh in, and Azhar again is on the charge. Takes 2 or 3 steps just before the bowler is about to release the ball, and then settles again into a still position. But again, he's taken on the pad, and the ball runs out on the onside. It's a real game of sort of cat and mouse between the batsmen and the bowlers at the moment. Particularly Murtagh seems to be the one that they have decided that they need to try and disturb the most, probably because he is the most metronomical, the most rhythmic of the Middlesex attack. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. He's in his 8th over. He comes in now, and Azza is again moving down the pitch and steering this down to the glare. I say he's hardly bowled a bad ball. Probably only one. That one's slightly over pitched on Haynes's legs that he clipped to square leg for 4. But other than that, Murtagh, a model of accuracy this morning. 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 so far.
Yeah, he only heard when he listened to me and went 2 straight. Conceded a boundary.
Got that wicket with the first ball of the game.
The fact he's into his 8th over, Frank, makes me think that they're going to turn Roland Jones straight around here.
Yeah,
he's just bought an extra over or so.
Murtagh in bowls outside the off stump. Azza leaves alone. John Simpson takes. And another ball is successfully negotiated. It's grey at New Road. It was bright and sunny when we started, and there is blue sky moving slowly in our direction from the southwest. No flag on the cathedral this morning, which usually indicates the direction of the breeze. There is quite a stiff breeze, as we can see from the trees moving particularly over towards third man as we look from long on. Murtagh in again, bowls, and Azza is pulling his bat out of the way of this one, I think, outside the off stump, and allowed through to the keeper.
It's extraordinary to still see Murtagh turning over players like Azza Ali at this age, isn't it? 41 years of age now, Tim Murtagh.
Yeah,
how long can he keep going?
Evergreen. Well, he knows his game so well, doesn't he? And he does have one of those actions. Doesn't appear to take too much out of him. He's quite smooth in his approach, quite rhythmical, quite an easy action. He's in, he bowls, and Azza is in behind this one, dropping down on the offside. And he has got one of those deliveries where he takes, well, I wouldn't say, I mean, obviously takes a bit out of himself, but he isn't smashing that front leg down into the crease and jarring his entire frame. He's quite smooth across the ground.
Yeah, I was talking to Angus Fraser about this the other week, and saying that he hasn't had many. I think it was Angus Fraser anyway on comms a few weeks ago, and saying that he hasn't had injuries across his career. 2 hamstring injuries, really, all that I can think of, and one was this year at the start of the season. Billy Godalming pulled out of his stance when Murtagh was halfway through his run-up, which is very much a Godalming wants, isn't it? He pulls out of his stance a lot. He's easily disturbed, and as Murtagh pulled up, he pulled his hamstring. Only the second time in his career that I could really think of any major injury, and at that point, especially at his age, you think, oh no, he was back in no time. Bamba's past the umpire, he bowls, and just dropping the hands. Haynes allows this one through to Simpson, but similarly a hamstring injury many moons ago took him out for half a season, but other than that he's pretty much been unscathed by injury.
Some bowlers just have that ease about their action. Ed Barnard is one for Worcestershire. I don't think he's ever missed a game through that kind of an injury. I don't think he's ever missed a game through injury, really, but he's just so smooth over the ground, runs through the crease even more than Murtagh, and doesn't bang that front foot down and send those shockwaves jarring through the spine.
Bamba bowls. This is ease back and there's no run. Yeah, I think you absolutely nailed it with Murtagh there. That it is that quite fluid action and approach that he has. He's taken 29 wickets at 29 this year, which marks a bad year for him. That says it all, doesn't it? Ethan Bamba has 24 at 38. Played a game more than Murtagh. I guess both of them really. You'd almost think Murtagh would be taking his wickets at 19 and Bamba would be taking them at 28. But it has been a better year for the bats up and down the country as Bamba passes the umpire, bowls. Now down the track comes Haynes, beating the inside edge. Bamba, big appeal for LBW. Nothing doing from umpire Cook, and we both turn to have a look at the replay. But that charge from Haynes probably helped a great deal there, as he was a long way down the track. When the ball struck the pads, 26 for 2. Not sure we are going to get the replay on that one. We'll keep an eye out though. Scrub back on our streams if not, to have a look. Bit of rain falling in the distance behind Bamba, as a long way in the distance I should say, on the horizon as he moves in towards us. Bowls, and did you see Haynes coming on that one?
Yeah.
It felt like Haynes went early and Bamba just went a fraction short and up on his toes. Haynes defends into the offside. You can't take your eyes off this one.
Yeah, good contest, really good. Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners very shortly, but it's a good contest, really intriguing late season county cricket.
Full slips going down. Backward point slowly prowling in as Bamber bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. On to come with Bamber's third over. He's conceded just the 1 run so far. Great start from him, and this is what we're talking about with Bamber. That's why this year he was quite harsh on himself. I think he was dropped not long after he did an interview where I felt he was extremely harsh on himself. Things weren't going that badly at all. This is economy this year, under 3, but an average of 38 for his 24 so far. But he's been right on the spot from the word go with this one.
Here comes that update. Well, it's a real battle for the Worcestershire batsmen this morning after they lost the toss and were invited to bat first. They lost a wicket to the very first ball of the game when Ed Pollock was caught behind by the wicketkeeper Simpson off the bowling of Tim Murtagh, and then they lost another one in the 6th over when Jake Libby was LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. That was 4 for 2, but since then really good application from the third wicket pair. Azhar Ali has faced 33 balls. He's only managed 1 run, but he's stuck around out there, and with him Jack Haynes, who's managed to find the boundary twice. He's on 14. Worcestershire battling it out, but it's hard work as they struggle to get through this first session. 16 overs gone. They're 26 for 2. And it is to be Toby Rowland-Jones at the New Road End, as Kevin Hand predicted, replacing Tim Murtagh, and it'll be interesting to see how much bounce he gets from this New Road End as these two batsmen struggle to survive out there in the bowler friendly conditions. Greenish pitch. Worcestershire won the toss and Middlesex won the toss and chose to field. John Simpson has just been off the field, I think possibly running down to the boundary for a bit of a comfort break, and he's returned. A few smiles and applause around. In fact, another fielder coming back in, I think it's Ryan Higgins, has also availed himself of the lavatory facilities down in the hotel rather than going all the way across the field to the pavilion. And while they've been doing that, the rain has started.
No!
Sadly, the players are leaving the field. So 16 overs gone, and we're getting a shower of rain.
Is this a passing shower? Look how quickly the batters are off.
Just drifting to the side of the ground. Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes jogging off. The covers are coming on, and we are having a break in play here at New Road. So just to recap, Middlesex winning the toss and choosing to bat. Ed Pollock out to the first ball of the game, caught behind by John Simpson off Tim Murtagh, and 4 for 2 in the 6th over when Jake Libby was LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. Since then, a battling performance by Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes. Haynes is on 14, Azhar Ali is on 1. 16 overs have gone. Worcestershire are 26 for 2. Bowling figures: Murtagh 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. Rowland-Jones 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. And Ethan Bamber 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 1 run. But
what do you reckon?
Players are leaving the field.
This wasn't forecast.
No, it wasn't forecast.
But it's been threatening for a while, hasn't it?
I don't think it'll be too much.
But the worst of it looks as though it's out in front of us. That's hopefully heading away, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just a bit worried that the breeze appears to be blowing a little bit towards the west and not the east, and therefore we're getting a bit more of the rain from the southeast rather than the southwest that we normally get it from.
What it does do is buy Rowland-Jones a little bit more time to recover from his first spell, which I think has worked really nicely. He was just about to pick up the ball as we predicted from Murtagh, and this will give him a few minutes to put his feet up and come back again at this Worcestershire batting lineup, which, well, they've done well to be 2 down probably. What have we had, just over an hour? Tricky first hour and just 2 down. Actually, you've got to give a lot of credit to Worcestershire. Yeah, they've battled well, haven't they, these two? I think when you think they've been 10 overs they've seen off, and not without difficulty, plenty of play and misses. Big shout for LBW against Haynes, but umpire Nick Cook decided it wasn't out, and they're still there. They're still there, but yeah, does this play into Middlesex's hands slightly? A little bit of rain, just. Well, who knows? The ball's a bit wet when they come back out. Perhaps
it's
not.
A bit more than a little bit of rain now, isn't it? It's coming down quite hard.
It is. Yeah, bowlers' covers going on. Maybe I'm being too optimistic to suggest it could be just a quick passing shower. The lights has dimmed very quickly as well. The burger van or whatever it is on the far side of the ground's quite bright now, isn't it? We're doing a great deal of business as everybody runs for cover around New Road. Umbrellas out, but yeah, it is coming down that little bit heavier. And it's been threatening for a while. But now the heavens have opened, and well, the batters ran from the fields pretty quickly, didn't they? They were running as much from the weather as I think as much from the bowling performance as the weather. Tough going for 16 overs for Worcestershire, but they've well, again, 1 hour in, 2 down. As you quite rightly said, Frank, I'm fully in agreement with what you said. It wasn't a 3 or 4 morning; it was a 5 or 6 morning. Middlesex would have fancied with the way things have started. So to be an hour in and 2 down, actually for Worcestershire is not the worst scenario at all. If they could have got to lunch 4 down, as strange as it may seem to say, they might not have been too disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's been a battle of purely survival out there for this third wicket pair, and the rain really coming down quite ferociously now, and the cover's going on, and that blue sky that I was talking about is definitely drifting away from us rather than coming towards us, which is disappointing news for all concerned here as the crowd scurry for cover and the ground stuff putting the covers on quite extensively now, not just covering the strip but also covering the surrounds as well.
So yeah, have a look at the scores elsewhere very quickly and see what is happening up and down the country. All eyes on Trent Bridge really from a Middlesex perspective as well. 1 for promotion, but 2 second division title, which again, getting out of Division 2, just as long as you're in one of the top 2 spots, I don't think it particularly matters. To you, Frank? I don't think Middlesex in a few years' time will be kicking themselves, we should have won Division 2 that year. The key is just being one of the top 2 positions, isn't it? And just having a look at the Trent Bridge score, 49 without loss is a very good start. It was a bold toss, bold decision at the toss from Notts to win the toss and bat. They're 49 without loss against Durham. Glamorgan 9 without loss against Sussex. They're underway on the south coast at Hove, and Leicestershire 67 for 1 at Derbyshire. As for Division 1, where Surrey have already wrapped up the title, Kent's Somerset play due to start at 12. Lancashire 58 without loss against Surrey. Essex are 68 without loss at Northants. No play before lunch at Edgbaston for Kevin Howells. Warwickshire and Hampshire, and Gloucestershire 35 for 3 against Yorkshire at Headingley.
Right, so that's it from New Road for the moment. Thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage so far, and we hope to be back with you as soon as possible, but rain falling at the moment. The players off the field. Worcestershire 26 for 2.
News from the Middlesex, the expected lunch will be taken at 20 past 12. Lunch will be taken at 20 past 12, and the umpires will further inspect after that. Lunch at 12:20, further inspection after that. The biggest bar is open at the rear of the Domineer stand. The Burger bar is open again behind the Domineer stand, but towards the cathedral side. Sports bar is open. Cafe is open to the end, and the bar catering facilities are open in the ground for the board members.
players are off the field, I'm sorry to say, following a rain interruption. The rain has now stopped, but the umpires have decided that an early lunch will be taken at 12:20 and they will then inspect thereafter. It's been a hard morning for Worcestershire. They lost a wicket to the first ball of the game when Ed Pollock was caught behind off the bowling of Tim Murtagh for naught. Jake Libby then followed LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 4, but Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes batted well for the next 10 overs, holding things together. 16 overs gone, Worcestershire 26 for 2, but the players off the field for rain and an early lunch will be taken. Hi Frankie, just to let you know I'm ready. Well, the players have been off the field since around about 11:35. We had a heavy downpour, but an early lunch has been taken. The covers are now coming off, and I'm hoping that we'll be underway fairly soon. It's been a tough morning for Worcestershire. Lost a wicket to the first ball of the game, and another one in the sixth over. At that stage, they were 4 for 2. The men out: Ed Pollock for 0 and Jake Libby for 4. But since then, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes have battled their way through. 16 overs gone. Worcestershire 26 for 2. Azhar on 1, Haynes on 14, and we're hoping for a resumption sometime before 1 o'clock. never bought any residential buses. No, I try not to really. Yeah, really, you've got to accept that. I mean, I've got a really good asparagus patch, and I love asparagus, so they get a lot of asparagus. I've had my runner beans this year have been phenomenal. Just had loads, still picking up. Yeah. What would they grow in tubs or on the balcony or something? It's a tricky one, that. I'd grow some things like peppers and chilies in pots because they're quite easy. I'd grow maybe...
So red, green, yellow peppers.
Yeah. Maybe because they're quite easy and then don't take up a lot of space. Maybe I'd grow courgette because you get loads off one plant. They keep them and keep them and keep them. So they're the easiest thing in the world to grow. Well, maybe get two plants. Get two plants because they kind of cross pollinate. They do get quite big.
What do you mean? Get two courgette?
You need a male and a female. And it helps if you've got two plants because you get male flowers and female flowers. They just do better if you've got two plants.
Yeah.
But maybe get rid of one once one started fruiting because they do get quite big.
Okay. Aubergine?
Yeah, not easy. You need a polytunnel or something for everything. I have grown it in the past. Because it's easy. You could grow. I'm trying to think of things that like dwarf beans, because you wouldn't have room for runner beans. But in a tub like that, you could have four dwarf beans, like French beans. You just get those little green beans. They keep coming also. They're quite easy. It's space, isn't it? Have you got a balcony? Windowsill. Yeah, you struggle with food. Just look for just look for little things. Peppers and chilies are easy, and they don't, they're really small. Provided you get to it. Well, I mean, this year was a real pain because of the weather, so I was watering. When it was really dry, I was watering every day. Tomatoes you could grow inside, on a windowsill. You can grow strawberries, in pots really, or to climb. So you can get one of those pots like, with sort of like where it has little lips on it that open, and you pull the plants out onto the lips, and then the roots go inside and you get all the fruit. You know what I mean? So if you have a pot like that and it has lips, people do it with potatoes as well. So there's a gap there into the soil, and you put the plant in there, and the roots go into the soil, and then it will fruit on the outside. Strawberries are quite easy, actually. I never really liked strawberries. Yeah. Take two. Yeah, a few herbs. I think what else I'll go. We grow quite a lot of flowers as well, so it encourages insects. and bees for pollination, but also we have a steady supply of cut flowers through the year. It's only just across the road from where I live, so it's handy.
You like this? I just keep seeing these videos.
Quite rewarding. Hard work.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that was the interview with Lisa Watson was saying, why constantly go to something?
Yeah, yeah,
10 people stay so
yeah. I mean, honestly, my potatoes this year,
It's like a huge, well no, sorry, it's a small one, but filled with huge amounts of flowers.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that was, they're all potatoes. I mean, I won't be buying them. I don't know. My wife is that was still on. But it's, yeah, it keeps me, I mean, in the winter, I'll sort it all out. By about the end of October, and I'm pretty much new. In the summer, if I've got a free day, I'll spend it out.
So what happens then in October?
Well, if I'm really once I've cleared it, I'll put some shoots in there to stop weeds. But I don't always do that. But I'll put some stuff in that will grow over the winter. So parsnips and leeks already grown.
There you go, some plants.
Yeah, parsnips and leeks are already grown, and then you can grow them in. You can grow parsnips in tubes or in buckets with sand soil, and they fall really well. We had our first one yesterday. So like leeks parsnips, I'm going to put some broad beans in. So it should be good. Other than that, it's just a case of I've got autumn raspberries, so it's just a case of keeping it time. But not much further than it. Yeah. Well, they're also different. They suffer the most effects. I lost all mine. I lost 12 collies this year to the wind. Just cold to the wind. 12 forming beautifully. And they're all different. Cucumbers are easy, they climb. You can grow those up a wall. No, we're off.
during the Worcestershire is Jack Haynes and Ali.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is finally about to resume. After a rain break, the players left the field at 11:35. We're restarting at 1 o'clock. We've lost 4 overs, only 4 overs because a lunch was taken during the break. And we're about to begin the 17th over of the innings. Toby Rowland Jones is going to bowl it from the New Road end of the ground. Earlier today he bowled 5 overs and took 1 wicket. Those 5 overs delivered from the Diglis end of the ground, but he was just about to replace Tim Murtagh at the New Road end when the players left the field because of the rain break, and he was about to begin. On the resumption, his 6th over. Bowling to Azhar Ali. 4 slips in place, and here comes Rowland Jones. He bowls, and Azhar is forward, turns that on the onside and picks up a single to mid-wicket. Just his 2nd run, Azhar, and he's faced 34 deliveries now. That takes the total on to 27 for 2. The 2 men out this morning, if you're just joining us. Ed Pollock caught behind off the very first ball of the match by John Simpson, off the bowling of Murtagh and Jake Libby. LBW2. This man Rowland Jones for 4. It was 4 for 2 at that stage. Thereafter, Haynes and Azhar Ali battled uncomfortably, it must be said, against very good bowling in very helpful conditions until that rain break at 11:35. Here's Rowland Jones again. He's in, he bowls, and Haynes leaves that alone outside the off stump, and there's no run taken. 27 for 2 it remains. I did wonder whether the plan to replace Murtagh with Rowland Jones might have been rethought following the rain break, given that Murtagh's had an hour and a half with his feet up and may well have felt that he could continue, but they've decided to stick with the bowling change which was about to happen just before the umpires took them off the field. And Rowland Jones in again, bowls to Haynes, who is beaten outside the off stump, feeling for that one, and it climbed quite steeply through to John Simpson. Alongside me is Kevin Ham from BBC Radio London. We did wonder whether Rowland Jones would extract more bounce from this end than Murtagh did, and it looks as though that is going to be the case, Kevin.
Well, I mean, it was so apparent for Murtagh, wasn't it? But he didn't exactly have to extract more bounce. And if he was extracting the same amount that Murtagh was, that's more than enough for Rowland Jones, who naturally gets the ball to lift.
Comes in again now, bowls, and Haynes does get one that lifts, but it's going to run away down to the boundary, not quite for 4. It's going to be fielded down there by Ethan Bamber. They go through for 2 leg byes, and it was off the hip rather than the thigh pad, off the ribs almost, I think. Climbed in at Haynes, quite uncomfortable for him, but all contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire are concerned, and with those 2 extras, the total.
Well, he arched away to the offside as though
9 for 2.
Sorry, Frank. He arched away to the offside as though he'd been stung on the backside by a bee, didn't he? He was,
Yeah, I think it was quite painful. He got hit and play this morning as well. Rowland Jones in. Haynes steers this one nicely down into the gully, got on top of that, played it very well. The youngster. Azhar Ali just calling for a chest guard, actually, by the look of it, to the dressing room.
Well, there you go, the change of ends as well. So, like I say, it was pretty apparent, wasn't it? If one end's got a bit of variable bounce, then bowling lineup, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helmer here, bowled a beautiful spell here. 5 for a few years back, been held up by injuries. Well, with England at the moment, so unavailable for this game, which is a real shame because he's bowled incredibly well this year in first class cricket. It's been wonderful to see. It's been a joy.
To complete first over after the resumption is in, he bowls, and Haynes is beaten, pushing out that one outside the off stump. So more of the same really, more of what we saw this morning, the ball beating the bat with regularity, but the batsman hanging in there. Haynes has 14, Azhar Ali has 2. Worcestershire off 17 overs of 29 for 2.
This immediately looks the right end now for Rowland-Jones, doesn't it? Well, you just see them playing him more uncomfortable, that bounce. I mean, we saw him to Libby in particular, didn't we? Libby halfway forward or rushed on the back foot or almost early on the front foot, then, stretching, thinking I need to be there, Now though, he's just getting that additional bounce at this end, which Myrtle was finding, as you said. It's just multiplying the effect that Rowland-Jones usually has. Ethan Bamber is to bowl the second over after lunch, and full outside the off stump. It's left alone by Azhar Ali. That's going to be the real conundrum. For me, no great surprise that it's Rowland-Jones. It's when and where Mercer re-enters the attack. But Bamber's doing a fine job. None for 1 in his 4th over.
Yeah, very tidy so far, as have they all been. All 3 of the seamers used. Runs have been hard to come by.
I was happy as Middlesex were with the 2 wickets that they got early on, Frank, as Bamber's last umpire. Cook, he bowls, and this is driven back down the ground. What a shot that is. Races off the bat. That was lightning speed from Azhar Ali as it zips away back down the track past the bowler, and in a flash that was gone.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Azhar's first boundary. Update for FM listeners coming. Well, play's just resumed around about 7 or 8 minutes ago following a lengthy rain break. 4 overs have been lost because lunch was taken during that break. And Worcestershire have made a decent start since the resumption. Azhar Ali has just hit a lovely boundary straight down the ground off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. He's gone to 6, it was his first boundary. Jack Haynes still there on 14. Worcestershire lost 2 early wickets this morning. They were 4 for 2 at one stage, but at the moment in the 18th over they are 33 for 2. As that one is allowed through to the wicketkeeper by Azhar Ali. Ethan Bamber again makes his way in. And he bowls, and Azhar's on the walk and beaten outside the off stump. Saw this quite a bit this morning from both these 2, but as Bamber came in to bowl that one, Azhar, he didn't just take 1 stride down the pitch, he took 2 or 3. But then having done so, he sort of rediscovers his shape. He sort of stays sideways on, holds his position, but he's simply trying to ask the bowler questions regarding length, and he's beaten by that one, and it goes through to Simpson. Bamber again is in, bowls, and Azhar leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Good afternoon to listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra from New Road, where play has resumed following a fairly lengthy rain break, but one which only cost 4 overs because lunch was taken during the break. At that point Worcestershire were 26 for 2. They've added 7 runs since then, and we're in just the 2nd over since the resumption, and it's Ethan Bamber bowling to Azhar Ali. Ali is forward to this one, playing it firmly back at the pitch. The end of the over from Ethan Bamber, and the total is 33 for 2. If you're just joining us, the first 2 wickets to fall this morning, well, the first of them, Ed Pollock, out to the very first ball of the game, bowled by Tim Murtagh, left the left-handed Pollock off the pitch, and John Simpson behind the stumps took a good catch, and that was 0 for 1 obviously, and that became 4 for 2 in the 6th over when Jake Libby was LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. It's been uncomfortable batting conditions throughout, but Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali have held things together as best they can so far. 33 for 2, and Toby Rowland-Jones to continue.
Midway through his run-up, passes in front of the Cathedral from where we sit, watching, and he bowls a nice line of length, which is ridden nicely by Haynes. Hit high up on the bat, eases it backwards a point. Picks up a single, moves to 15 from, what now, 44 faced. 34 for 2. Yeah, I was going to venture the point before your update there, Frank, but you'd said early on, quite rightly, that Middlesex, they wouldn't be fancying 3 or 4 in the morning session, they'd be fancying 5 or 6. There was that much out there for them. So 2 down after an hour, Worcestershire wouldn't be too disappointed with that. So they get through another hour now. 3 or 4 down. As Roland Jones comes in, he bowls outside off stump. This is left alone by Azarali. And we can get far too greedy, can't we? But I think you were right that it felt like a 5 or 6 wicket morning here at New Road. So if after 32 overs Worcestershire are 3 or 4 down, then they're going to be over the moon, I think.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Certainly when you pick up a wicket with the first ball of the match as well, and to see it sort of seaming around and bouncing in those first few overs, I think Tim Murtagh would have been hoping for a little bit more than they've got, but even so, they have bowled well.
Roland Jones is in, bowls. This is eased back up the track again by Azarali, right in behind this one.
I suppose it's just testament to how well these two have battled, and also, you know, they've had a bit of luck, which you wouldn't deny them really in these conditions. They've played and missed quite frequently. There was a big shout against Jack Haynes early this morning from Toby Roland Jones when he was bowling from the Diglis end, but umpire Nick Cook, who's standing in his last game before he retires, turned it down.
4 slips go down as Roland Jones bowls, and he lifts the bat high in the air, leaving a length ball outside off. And the offside, it's passed rapidly by Middlesex, as is their way nowadays. Speed up that over 8, which they've been so guilty of over the years indeed, which led to their relegation in 2017, -2 points on a slow over 8, and they went down by a point that season. It's taken them a fair wee while to get themselves back up, which they haven't done yet. They need to win this game here at New Road to secure that promotion, as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Azarali lifts the bat high in the air once more, and through it goes to Simpson.
Climbed through that one, Simpson took it over his head, but a good leave. Azar has left it well, hasn't he? I think probably missed fewer times than his partner. That's not to say that he hasn't been beaten, but he's left it well. So important to be able to do that in these conditions.
Roland Jones bowls just outside off, it's left alone again, and through to Simpson it goes, and that's where, again, you know, we wanted to be overly critical, but could they be a little bit straighter at the moment? Middlesex just bring those stumps into play a little bit more at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. The bowling figures so far, they make tidy reading. Murtagh 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. Roland Jones 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. And Ethan Bamber 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. But Kevin Hand alongside me, possibly suggesting, quite rightly, that maybe they could just have made the batsmen play a little bit more frequently. In a perfect world, they haven't by any means bowled badly. Listening to live cricket on the BBC, I'm Frank Watson of BBC Urban Worcester. Alongside me is Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, as Ethan Bamber starts a new over from the Diglis end, and Jack Haynes this time is on the move from the crease, just making movement down the pitch, staying sideways on, trying to upset the bowler's length, but Bamber wide enough anyway for Haynes to leave that one alone. Sweaters aplenty out there for the fielders. It's quite a chilly day here at New Road. We had bright sunshine to start with, but grey cloud overhead now as Bamber is in again, and Haynes again is on the move, but once again leaves alone outside the off stump. 34 for 2 score remains. Very, very big game this for Middlesex. They will have been delighted when the coin came down on the right side as far as Tim Murtagh was concerned, and even more delighted when they picked up a wicket with the very first ball of the game. highly focused now, those 4 slips, as Bamber is in again and bowls, and this time Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. Definitely played at that one. Not for the first time, the ball passing the outside edge and going through to John Simpson behind the stumps. So 4 slips, and Ryan Higgins at backward point, but he's walking in and really is almost in a catching position by the time Bamber bowls the ball. And they ought to be in a state of eager anticipation, those slips, given the help the bowlers are getting. Bamber again is in. Haynes is solidly forward to this one, pushing up to mid-off where Roland Jones does the fielding. And there's no run. But we were talking this morning about how the batsmen were going about their business and simply surviving. That's all they can do. Picking up runs, obviously, if there are any after, but it's really just getting through one ball at a time, one over at a time, just ticking things along. 30 so far they've added for this 3rd wicket. Bamber is in, bowls, and there's a beautiful shot, probably the freest shot of the day. We've seen a couple of good straight drives to the boundary, but that one, Haynes given a bit of room by Bamber, threw his hands through it and crashed it on the up through the covers for 4 runs. A very, very impressive stroke indeed from the Worcestershire youngster, who goes to 19 now. He's faced 49 deliveries. Azhar Ali has faced 45 deliveries and he's made just 6 runs. That's how difficult runs have been to come by. 38 for 2 is Bamber, last ball of the over, and Haynes pushes out on the offside and nips through for a quick single, so he'll keep the strike. Useful over from a Worcestershire point of view, 5 runs coming from it, and at the end of it Haynes has 20, Azhar Ali has 6, and Worcestershire are 39 for 2 off 20.
The other name to mention is Ryan Higgins. We haven't had a chance to chat about him much this morning. Frank, his return to Middlesex, what a return as well. 50 last week against Leicestershire, 4 in his first innings back for Middlesex against Glamorgan. What a big win that was at Lords now when you look at the table this week. You come into September thinking, well, probably need to win 2 of 3. They've won 2 of 3 so far, but they do need that 3rd win to be sure, Middlesex. Just had a mid-season stutter after a blistering start really, the sort of campaign which saw them top for a fair while. Now they've just got to make sure they can see this job over the line, but when they bring Higgins into the attack, we'll have to wait and see. Roland Jones begins the over to Haynes with it. Just short of a late delivery, he's up on his toes, he defends back up the track and there's no run, but Higgins' recapture, a brilliant one and perhaps even a vital one with the wickets he's got.
Yeah, I mentioned Higgins in the part he played in that Gloucestershire win at Cheltenham 3 years ago, and I know that even then he was a cricketer much admired by Worcestershire in many ways.
Oh goodness me.
Regarded as a feisty nuisance sort of cricketer, but one that's always at you and always making you work.
Roland Jones to Haynes, left alone through to the keeper again. Yeah, exactly. Middlesex really didn't want him to go when he left in 2017, the year they were relegated after the title, Middlesex. But he wanted his place in the side. He didn't get it that year. James Franklin, now former Durham coach, he's gone, hasn't he, Franklin? I'm not sure if he's in charge. There seems to be a little bit of debate as to whether he'd be finishing the season off or not, Franklin. I don't know quite what the answer was on that. Let's have a look and see. But he's done with Durham, certainly at the end of the season, possibly already. But yeah, he still had his place, the title-winning captain for Middlesex in 2016. He had his place in 2017 as Roland Jones bowls. This is defended by Haynes. And that kept Higgins out of the side in 2017. The Middlesex were relegated and Higgins left, which was a great frustration to the county. So a very, very big signing to reclaim Higgins. And still only 27, so just coming into his peak years after, as you said, some wonderful years where, well, he was topping Stevens, wasn't he, as the all-rounder, best all-rounder in the country. Bat and ball. And Roland Jones, lengthy, leggy run-up that he has. He bowls, and this is defended on the back foot by Haynes. Have you shut the door because of something we were saying, or something they were saying?
Shut the door because I just think it's a bit chilly, actually, Kev.
Ooh.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Is that adding insulation to the room or stopping the draft, do you think?
I just think it's stopping the draft.
I thought there was a lot of hot air at the other end of that corridor.
Most of ours is in this end, I think, isn't it?
Let's have a look, yeah. Paul Edwards.
Shield.
There's some great and good in. And Kevin Howe's potentially on the way at some point. This is Roland Jones. He bowls, it's edged, and it doesn't carry. I think it edged it, was it beaten?
No, I think he was beaten. Just
the way that he snapped his head around, there seemed to be a jutter of the bat in his hand as well. Maybe that was him being beaten. He asked the umpire how many to come. How many more do I have to get through umps? One more, replies umpire Rob Bailey.
Rob Bailey will be sympathetic to the batsman in this situation as a batsman, won't he? Realise how hard it is for them. I'm not going to see a replay.
Roland Jones bowls, that is edged and that is taken. At second slip, Sam Robson low down. Had to really make sure he was tidy with his work there at second slip. Perhaps not looking the most difficult of chances in the world that you'll see, but he had to get those fingers down underneath it. And Robson claims the catch. Haynes, who inquired of umpire Bailey, how many to come umpire? Still one more, I'm afraid. And that one more was enough for Roland Jones. Haynes was gone for 20, and Worcestershire are 39 for 3.
Yeah, good catch. I thought, you say it may not have looked that, but it was quite low, quite sharp, and it's quite chilly out there.
Yes.
So I think all in all, it's a combination of factors. That was a pretty smart catch by Sam Robson.
It's made matters worse for Robson as well. Did you see what he did immediately after he took the catch?
No.
He left the fields.
Yes, he's obviously...
A comfort break was required. So
well, it might be that.
No. I think he's gone that way. He's gone to our left. He's run off to our left. So he immediately took the catch, threw the ball back to Roland Jones and sprinted.
We've seen a few of the Middlesex players making use of the facilities down there, haven't we?
But nothing else. He was obviously there, shaking his leg dramatically as the ball was running into bowl.
They've only been out there for 20 minutes since.
He had a big lunch, obviously. Oh no, mind you, it was a long time. He took on too many fluids, clearly, didn't he?
Brett Oliveira is the new batsman to join Azhar Ali. Jack Haynes faced 56 balls for his 20, and he hit 4 fours. He played pretty well. He had a fair bit of luck, but his luck ran out when Roland Jones bowled the last ball of that over, and he edged it to second slip. Sam Robson's reintroduction to the field.
Oh, Brad is announcing back on?
Was announced by the public.
That's disgraceful, Dave Bradley. Disgraceful.
And
he's got an earpiece in. Is he listening to us? Is he going to hear that on delay that we're calling him a disgrace for announcing?
Anyway, Sam Robson is back on the field, having been off for a comfort break. It's 39 for 3.
Mind you,
the last ball of the over.
We didn't spare his brushes either, did we? So I suppose we should wear that heavily as well as Spradders. He was very restrained in when he announced Nick Cook this morning. His umpiring skills, all his effort, and his great humour. He just delicately said at the end and left it at that.
Ethan Bamber from the Diglis end bowls to Azhar, who drives, thickish outside edge, takes the ball out past Ryan Higgins at cover point. They'll come back for a couple. Azhar moves to 8, 41 for 3.
There's usually a punchline with Bradders, isn't there, on the PA? Even on a well-scripted Worcestershire press release or announcement that he reads out, there's still a Bradders punchline. The sun cream one's the best one, isn't it? Slip, slap, slop. It's going to be a very hot day. Make sure you put on plenty of sunscreen. And he added his own line at the end. Although for me, I personally find loud works very well.
Here's Bamber again from the Diglis end bowling to Azhar Ali, and beats him outside the off stump taken by Simpson. The reason we're talking about Dave Bradley, the public address announcer, is that he made an announcement this morning when Nick Cook was taking the field because the players of both sides lined up to give Nick Cook, who's retiring from the first class list at the end of this season, a guard of honour to the middle in his last game, and Dave brought everybody's attention to it via the public address system. Here's Ethan Bamber in again, bowls, and Azhar lets that one go outside the off stump.
No, I'm talking about him because he announced the return to the field of Sam Robson, who'd only left for a comfort break.
And the sun is making a re-entrance, I hope, here at New Road, just trying to burst through the clouds, and the light has improved considerably, and hopefully we're set fair for the afternoon session, and we'll only lose those 4 overs Here's Bamber again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Azza plays that defensively down on the offside. Ryan Higgins busily in from Gully to do the fielding.
Afternoon to Kevin Howes. I knew we'd get a text message from him if I persevered for long enough on that subject. He did though. Robson didn't even miss a ball. That was just mischievous from Bradders to announce him back on the field, making him blush.
It was definitely mischievous. Absolutely, characteristically mischievous. So, Bamber again in. Bowls, and Azza is forward pushing out on the offside. No runners. Roland Jones fields, and we mentioned Kevin Hand alongside me mentioning that he thought Middlesex possibly could have been a bit straighter this morning. We suggested that it was the sort of morning on which if you win the toss you'd want to get 4 or 5 wickets before lunch, especially if you get one with the first ball of the innings of the match, as they did. But having said that, having picked up that wicket of Haynes, another one now, and the balance would almost, you feel, be sort of redressed really. Bamber again is in, bowls, and Azza steers that into the gully. Higgins fields, no run, end of the over, 41 for 3. And I don't mean that the balance is in Worcestershire's favour, but I think if you get them 4 down under 50, you're probably feeling that it doesn't really matter how things have gone. You've got them in a position where you want them to be, even though maybe in the middle of that sort of period you weren't as penetrative as you would like to have been, really.
Oh, look at that sunshine! Isn't that beautiful? The castle, the cathedral, is still almost leaden black, though, isn't it? Ah, look, the sun's just starting to catch the first 2 towers at the front. Towers? What would you call those? With the proper description.
Sort of
the towers at the back, spires. Spires, yeah, spires. Thank you. First 2 spires. They've got the 4 spires level tower at the back.
That's probably a more accurate architectural name.
Off goes Roland Jones. 41 for 3. Worcestershire bowls, and this ball beats the edge once more.
Bounced and seamed, that one. Classic Roland Jones delivery, that one, wasn't it? Pitched about off, moved away and climbed.
You know, it's a classic summer scene out there at the moment as well, isn't it, Frank? We should just capture this moment because it's going to be a long old 6 months again. But look at that, looking across now, the sun reflecting back off all the whites and indeed cream colours as well that we have on those cable knit jumpers of Middlesex as Roland Jones comes in. He bowls full and left alone by the right-handed D'Oliveira, but it's an absolute picture out there at the moment. The light is beautiful, the colours of the trees, all the shades of green you could imagine in the distance, and a little bit of brown and red in them now as well. And there's the cathedral. Finally, the sun's caught it, and it's lit up on one side. That more yellowly colour creeps up one side of it. Roland Jones striding away. You mentioned Bamber's little start, and then he's into a stride. Roland Jones strides pretty aggressively from the off, and an aggressive short ball delivered, which is ridden just about in the end by D'Oliveira. Short leg no longer in place. Stoneman's retreated to mid-wicket. From when he comes in to collect the ball now, and D'Oliveira now with a little hand signal for Azir Ali to say, yep, that one really kicked up, that bounced. That's why we suspected after a couple of balls that Murtagh got to lift from this end. It wouldn't be long before Captain Murtagh changed Roland Jones to this end to see what the bounce could bring for him. He's got 2 for 12 and he's in again. Bowls and a forward defence eased away into the offside by D'Oliveira. Bravely Azir Ali was backing up a long way there. Dare I say backing up a long way at the moment, but backing up a long way, wasn't he? He's keen to rotate the strike for his colleague D'Oliveira, and it is indeed brave because he wouldn't particularly want to face Roland Jones with an extra bit of lift being found as it is. And here comes Tilan Wallaluita running out the helmet for Mark Stoneman, so short leg is going to go back into place, no surprise there. Big thick navy Middlesex hoodie on for Wallaluita as he runs that out. It's just got that little bit of a chill in the air at times, hasn't it? But I'd imagine if you were sat in the sun anywhere around New Road, life would feel pretty grand right now. Albeit in late September, brown and orange leaves falling in the ground in front of us as Roland Jones strides in, he bowls, and this ball takes an inside edge and loops over short leg. Roland Jones with a double teapot on says to Stoneman, what are you doing? I'd imagine he's got a very big smile on his face now, because as big as Roland Jones is, I wouldn't imagine Stoneman's a man you easily pick a fight with. He's got a rueful smile on his face as he walks back past. Yeah, thick inside edge onto the pad, and it climbed up over Stoneman and dropped probably as far behind Stoneman as he stood from the batter himself.
He's quite deep, isn't he? In that, they're not expecting a little bat pad to just drop. They're expecting it to climb and bounce.
And it still looped over him and went that far. That's why I think Roland Jones was able to see the funny side of it as he bowls again, this time on a length, and Simpson takes it above his head as again that finds some lift. End of the over, 42 for 3 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. And myself, Kevin Hand, for BBC Radio London, and our host for the match, Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Yeah, beautiful scene, as you say, Kevin, out there. I think if we're talking about how much we miss cricket in the winter, and certainly I think members up and down the country feel that way. If you're sitting over there by the hotel in the afternoon sunshine, and a lot of the crowd are on that side of the ground because the pitch for this one is situated over towards the cathedral side of the ground, you're bathed in sunshine. You just want to take it all in this week and just make the most of it, store it away in the memory bank, because it'll be a while before you're here again. And it hasn't been a vintage season for many watchers of county cricket because of that big hole that we had in August where there was very little cricket played on our county grounds. Here's Ethan Bamber from the Diglis end. And that's a snorter to D'Oliveira. Takes the edge as he tries to turn it on the leg side and flies away through the slips. Catchable height, but nobody got a hand on it, and down to third man for 4. So D'Oliveira very, very fortunate to get away with that one, but he will feel that any fortune that he can manage to make the most of out there is justified, because these are very, very difficult conditions.
Well, that was 4th slip Max Holden, who was full stretch to his right.
Didn't quite get his hand.
I mean, we were in a great line if he'd have taken that.
Bamber again bowls, and D'Oliveira defends off the back foot, no run.
I can't imagine. You have to see the photographer sat there and he just got the right angle at the right point. I can't really think of being sat at an angle like this for a slip catch that would have ever been better in my broadcasting career. We just saw the exact moment. Is he going to get it? Oh, just out of reach. I mean, he may well have put it down, mightn't he? But stretched so far, and it was only just out of reach. I mean, even 5th slip there, he would have had to do a little movement to his right to take that.
Here's Bamber again from the Diglis end, bowls, and D'Oliveira uncomfortably pods at this and pushes it back up the pitch. The other thing about that catch is that we're sitting a sort of slightly elevated position at third man. The 4 slips are in front of us. We could see that D'Oliveira was turning that ball, looking to play it on the leg side, and it came off the edge. If you're in the slips for a catch like that, you don't see it very early. It's not like one where he's flashing at it outside the off stump. I think it came pretty late. I think update time for our FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. Well, Worcestershire have lost their 3rd wicket, that of Jack Haynes. He added 35 with Azhar Ali, but was out about 10 minutes ago, caught at 2nd slip by Sam Robson off the bowling of Toby Roland Jones for 20. Haynes hit 4 fours, batted very well, but it's been hard work for the batsman out there. Brett D'Oliveira has joined Azhar Ali, and he's just been fortunate to escape an edge through the slips, which went down to the third man boundary for 4. Azhar is as solid as ever. He's on 8. He's faced 52 balls though, which is a measure of how difficult it is. D'Oliveira is on 5, and Worcestershire in the 24th over of 46 for 3. As Bamber bowls that one outside the off stump. But just going back to that catch, I think probably all of the slips would not have seen the ball very early coming off D'Oliveira's back because of the way that he was looking to play it away on the leg side. So given that, and the fact that it was bowled at a lively medium pace as well by Bamber, probably explains why they couldn't get a hand on it in the cordon. Bamber again bowls, D'Oliveira leaves. Simpson takes end of a lively over in which Bamber was unlucky not to pick up his first wicket. His figures now 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. And Worcestershire remain 46 for 3 in the afternoon sunshine.
Well, you're quite right on the way you described that edge for Holden at 4th slip C, because again we were in that angle. Did you see it at first that it was coming this way? You could see, it's lifted, it's taken. We didn't quite know where's it going, but it's coming straight towards us, which we were sat at 5th slip effectively.
Yeah, there was some in the slips where a batsman plays at a wide one and you see it all the way, but that would have been hidden from the eye line of the slip fielders until the very, very last moment.
Those leaves that I mentioned that are falling in front of us, that was just before the rain came in, wasn't it? There was a gust of wind and all of a sudden there's just a couple more have trickled down off the roof above us as Roland Jones hits the crease now, he bowls, and again, bottom hand off from Azhar Ali, played very uncomfortably. It's fizzing up towards the batters on every occasion, this ball at the moment. Middlesex have just settled onto a very good length to unsettle them. Every ball they're playing as though there's just that jerk somewhere around that left tip of the right handers, isn't there? Where they're feeling this could, or this could just, I could be wearing this somewhere any moment now. It's never a confident push forward with the bat thinking, yep, I've got this one. As Roland Jones is in, that's left alone comfortably outside of off, and there's no run. But yeah, just before that rain came earlier, all of a sudden the leaves that we're just seeing are scattering them all across this end out in front of us, just all blew down off the tree. The roof above us and the tree behind it, and then down came the rains. Annoyingly, a few of those leaves are being blown down again now. Blustery once more. The cloud cover has rolled in indeed, but we weren't expecting that last shower, which has robbed us of 4 overs in a day's play. Brought an early lunch. Hopefully no more interruptions. Roland Jones in bowls and uppercuts over 4th slip by Azhar Ali, quite determined with that shot. Chanced his arm to some extent, but chanced his arm with a real flourish and some confidence in what he was doing. That brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. 50 for 3 in the 25th, recognised by the crowd now.
Just.
Yes. Azhar Ali 12 from 55. You mentioned D'Oliveira with that edge past Holden at 4th, earning whatever luck that he's getting at the moment. Azhar Ali, 55 deliveries out there, incredibly tough. He leaves alone now from Roland Jones, through it passes to Simpson, incredibly tough conditions. Bowlers heavily on top here at New Road at the moment, so he's certainly earning any little stroke of luck that he might get, or again chancing his arm that just, alright, this could go wrong because it's higher risk effort, but he got the reward for his risk. Exceptional innings from him so far, only worth 12, but it's holding at bay what could be a real onslaught at the middle order from Middlesex gunning for promotion. Roland Jones is in, and again look at that inside edge of the bat on this time, rolls down the pads in front of Ali on the back foot, shouts and cries around the bat. Stoneman runs in to collect. Ali holds his hands, both hands up in the air, one of them holding the bat of course as well, and looks around, so where's the ball? No, it's safe, it's down there, it's in front of me, survived another one. That was the Haynes call, wasn't it? How many balls left to the over umpire after you've got quite a nasty delivery? One left.
That's all you need.
And that was all Roland Jones needed indeed. He's in. Roland Jones bowls! Oh, it goes down just between 4th and 3rd, and there could be a chance to run out. Non-striker's end. Throw comes in. Roland Jones almost backing up in front of the stumps there. He probably could have let that go through. Mercer had it backed up, but I think he was worried that the old skipper might not have been around. So in his follow-through, he failed to stop the ball going towards the stumps when he was halfway down the pitch. I think worried about it going for overthrows. But the edge fell, I think, what would have been comfortably short of 3rd slip, and that's why 4th slip, Max Holden went a long way across in front of 3rd to try and get a hand to it.
So I'm not sure it was a chance then, really, are we?
No, let's see if on the stream we can determine whether it carried.
Don't know if there's
There was a bundle, wasn't there, as a result?
Certainly interested, and then nearly a very, very silly run out, but when runs are hard to come by, I suppose you're looking for every opportunity, and they weren't on the same wavelength there that time, those two. Ethan Bamber to continue from the Diglis end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who takes a step back in his crease as a trigger movement, and then plays and misses outside the off stump. I've lost count of the number of times we've seen the batsman play and miss today. But it's been that kind of day since Middlesex won the toss, chose to field and picked up a wicket with the very first ball of the game, when Ed Pollock was caught behind off the bowling of Tim Murtagh without scoring, obviously. 4 for 2 when Livy was out, 35 added for the third wicket by Haynes and Azhar Ali. Bamber again bowls to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira chips this up in the air, leading edge, back past the bowler. The bowler throws his right hand up, can't get a hand on it, and D'Oliveira gets a very fortunate single as it's pursued back from mid-off by Toby Rowland-Jones. D'Oliveira goes to 6. 5 of those have been off the edge, and he is living a charmed life out there at the moment. And it's 51 for 1 with that single.
Do you know, a season where the bat has had much the better than it has for many years, part of it against the ball. I can't remember particularly spells like this where you just think every single ball, you can't take your eyes off.
A real threat, isn't there? Ethan Bamber striding in again. Past umpire Nick Cook bowls, and Azhar Ali is in behind that one and drops it down on the onside. And there's no run. He's faced 58 balls now, Azhar Ali, 59 balls in fact for his 12. That gives you a clear idea of how difficult runs have been to come by. He's hit 2 boundaries as well, so very, very difficult for the batsman out there. I mentioned Jack Haynes, he was out for 20, third man to go, 39 for 3 at that point, as Bamber comes in to complete the 26th over of the innings, and a run for Worcestershire here as this one goes down to short fine leg, and it's a leg bye signalled rather belatedly by the umpire Nick Cook. It's not the end of the over, I beg your pardon, and Azhar goes to the non-striker's end, stays on 12, total moves on to 52 for 3, and D'Oliveira back on strike against Bamber to continue this duel, which so far he's struggled to survive. Bamber is in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is again pushing at this one outside the off stump and is beaten. It's taken by the wicketkeeper Simpson. Excellent stuff from the Middlesex bowlers, but also excellent, if rather fortuitous, application too from the Worcestershire batsmen. And it's a good even contest at 52 for 3, as Bamber does come in to complete this 26th over now, and he bowls, and D'Oliveira gets a bat on this one, gets in behind it and pushes back to the bowler. So the end of Ethan Bamber's over, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17 his figures. Toby Rowland-Jones has 2 for 17. Tim Murtagh took a wicket with the first ball of the game. Worcestershire, after 26 overs, off 52 for 3.
Well, it would have taken a fair wringing of the hands, wouldn't it, if you'd have said to Worcestershire this morning at 10:30, look, 26 overs in, so effectively 20 minutes before lunch, 25 minutes before lunch, you're going to be 52 for 3. Would you take that? If you'd have said that to Worcestershire walking out this morning, I'll tell you what, it doesn't sound an easy one, but they'd have run their hands in. I'm not sure they wouldn't have fancied.
They'd have had
26 overs through against Rowland-Jones and Murtagh, as Rowland-Jones is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, and that's got through Simpson somehow. Did it just die on him? Let's have a look back at the replay on it. There's a stanchion in the way where I couldn't see Simpson, and I have to snuggle up closer to you, Frank, but it is getting colder each day, isn't it, so we can keep each other warm for a little while.
I've had a message from somebody saying that there's some distortion on the live stream.
Yes, I think they've, I don't know how long ago you got it, but I think they've been working on that.
I'm hoping it's been fixed.
It's not us, we're all alright.
If you're listening, Nicholas Townley, if you're listening, what's it like now? It is pretty much beyond their control here.
And James bowls full straight, and he's around to the offside in the slow run. Yep, somebody came in to have a little twiddle of the wires, but we're all fine on the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Murtagh's warming up at mid-on, so the second spell of Murtagh, and that's kind of the point that I was getting to. You're coming towards the end of the second spell of Rowland-Jones. Bamber's had 8. You're entering Murtagh's second spell. 56 for 3, ball's 27 overs old. How are you feeling about that? I've had to have scratched that out a little bit, and would you have taken that just maybe? Full slips, go down again, and Roland Jones comes in, bowls outside of the off stump, through it goes to the keeper. And equally, Middlesex would have taken that as well, because 56 for 3 is a very good position.
I always think that par on the first day of the championship game is 80 for 3. I always say it's about par at lunch.
Any given day across the season, so not September start, but
September you could say maybe it's more like 80 for 4, I suppose, or something like that.
Yeah.
But given what's happened in the first session, in the last 2 or 3 games here, I think they probably would have accepted it.
Roland Jones bowls past the edge again. Azhar Ali, 65th ball he's faced, and he's still playing it as though that were his first.
Got an issue with the scoreboard on the Cathedral side. We've lost the wickets. I'm not quite sure why. It's still okay on the other scoreboard, but
They're hiding them.
yeah, it just says 56 /
Don't look now. It's not that bad though, as we say. 56 for 3. It could be an awful lot worse. As Roland Jones comes in, he bowls, and that's left alone. Exemplified by that last delivery, which Ali played so uncomfortably. I found the freeze frame of the efforts in between third and fourth. You see how Azhar Ali was playing it. He was playing it on the back foot, just fending just outside off. He was off the ground, wasn't he? Feet were off the ground as he edged it. So he's on the hop for Roland Jones. And did it carry? Well, here we go. Roland Jones in front of his firsts. He's in and bowls, and that's left with a flourish outside of off stump by Azhar Ali. End of the over, 56 for 3. The stream looks a little hazy. It's almost as though somebody needs to go up and wipe the camera lens. It's just got a bit of a haze above it. It looks a bit misty out there, and it doesn't honestly look remotely misty to us at all. It could almost be the sea fret down at Hove, couldn't it? Had rolled in, but not the case. I think he's taken that on the bounce there, hasn't he? Holden, sorry, I think fourth slip, rolling across in front of third, takes it on the bounce. It would be
hard to call that a drop, wouldn't it? I think it really would.
Yeah. But yes,
Ethan Bamber to continue.
It looks to me as though, again, it's hard on the rocking and rolling on the stream to narrow it down completely, but I'd say it just fell short.
Ethan Bamber from the Diglis end bowls to D'Oliveira, who gets a run, turning this one off his pads down to long leg. He goes to 7, 57 for 3.
Although now I'll watch it again, Frank, and looking at Roland Jones's reaction, did it just go straight between the pair of them? I'll leave it running this time for you to see. I think actually, looking at where he's
carried to third, didn't it?
I think fourth put third off. Holman off by diving across in front of him, and Holman I don't know my Holmans from my Holdens. Holman didn't get across behind Holden.
Here's Bamber again to Ali, who's beaten by this one. That's gone right through him, and he almost fell over. So far back did he go, and then he did that little thing with his right hand again, suggesting that the ball nipped off the pitch, but he survives. Azhar Ali, 12 off 67 deliveries. He's been watchful, he's left it well, he's taken a few blows around the rib area, played and missed a good few times, but he's still hanging in there as Bamber moves in again and bowls, and he lets that one go successfully this time outside the off stump, and it stays at 57 for 3. It's been very watchable cricket today at New Road. We had an hour or 65 minutes before a rain break, and then we lost time, but we only lost 4 overs because an early lunch was taken, and since the resumption at 1 o'clock, Jack Haynes has gone, caught at second slip by Sam Robson off Toby Roland Jones for 20. But D'Oliveira and Azhar Ali since then holding firm. Bamber again bowls, and Azhar gets runs on the leg side, 4 of them. In fact, he's timed that beautifully off his hip. He just drifted into his legs a little bit there, Bamber, and Azhar Ali expertly clipped it off his pads for 4, and that's obviously what you must do when runs are so difficult to come by, is make sure that when the bowler does err in line or length, you capitalise to the full extent, and Azhar does that. It's his third boundary. He goes to 16, 61 for 3, and Bamber once more is in and bowls, and Azhar is forward gets this high up on the bat, steers it down on the offside, and there's no run.
Just looking back over the ball that got past Simpson from Roland Jones, that's an interesting one to see as well. It goes away off the surface, but it doesn't get up at all. To Simpson, and you'll see it just dies underneath his right glove as he goes to his right towards slip. And gets away for 4 byes, a couple of overs, but with all the bounce and climb that he's getting, just interesting to note one that keeps low.
Bamber again is in, bowls, and Azar is pushing at this one, and really felt for that one. It was quite wide. I don't think he quite needed to play it, but he left it. He felt for it, missed it, and again he's fortunate not to get a nick through to Simpson. But another over is negotiated by the Worcestershire pair. 28 now gone in the innings, and the home side up against it, but fighting fiercely. 61 for 3, and Tim Mercer coming back into the attack at the New Road end. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra and on the BBC Sport app. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. And we are enjoying an enthralling start to this game, which is so important for Middlesex in their bid for a promotion. I'm told that it's not quite perfect on the live stream, the sound quality, so I'll make another little adjustment. And here's Murta.
He's in now, bowls, and that loops up in the air just in front of short leg. Everybody crying catch. They were also thinking about going up for the LBW as well. In the end, they all settle with nothing. Every delivery feels like a very big event. Dare I say, every ball counts, Frank?
No.
3 slips and a gully, crouched down as Murta is past the umpire. He bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. I'm definitely going to have to sit across closer to you. Sorry, Frank.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Now I'll move up.
A winter warmer. I don't know. It's all right. Sharing body warmth. It's getting coals.
Yeah. Is
there a heater in this box?
Yeah, there is. It's here. Look.
No, don't turn it on yet. It's not that cold. Oh, you've got it on. Well, you're all right, Jack. You got it on down below your feet there, Frank.
I'll move it to the other end. I'll bring another one tomorrow.
Oh, did you bring that yourself? Here goes Murta. 3 slips and the gully. He bowls now, and this ball's left alone by Olivier. It is a splendid sight out there at the moment. There's blue sky up above the cathedral. All feels right with the world just for this little moment. Picturesque scene. It always is at New Road, but it's just that little bit lovelier, isn't it, when the painting backdrop, picturesque backdrop of the cathedral, the trees that surround it in the foreground look so spectacular. And the cricket out in front of us is pretty good too. As Murta moves in, he bowls and beats the edge again. Olivier pushing forward. It's not even so much you'd say down the wrong line. You know, they're defending that off stump with their life at the moment, and they know it's a perilous push forward.
Yeah, it's just a incredibly difficult situation to bat in against anybody, but against bowlers like Mercer and Roland Jones, who are experts in these conditions. I mean, the pitch is green even to look at, isn't it?
Yes, and damp. Yeah, the outfield's damp, isn't it? Here's Mercer, that takes off, doesn't it, through to the keeper? Not alarmingly, but you see Murta get one just off a length. Mercer's pace, not a particularly tall bowler either. You just realise there's a fair bit, and down comes Azhar Ali. Here we go, the latest little conflab about what's happening, and there's the latest little hand gesture to say, yeah, that one really bounced. Mercer's last ball, he was 9th over, 1 for 8, 3 maidens, and he bowls leg side, and this ball's worked away, steered fine by D'Oliveira. He'll take 2, and he he moves to 9. 63 for 3. Gentle applause, and knowing applause really, every run here at a premium for Worcestershire. They're steadily navigating their way through the trickiest of sessions, conditions. 29 overs, I mean this would virtually be lunch, wouldn't it? You know, if you've had seam attack on for 2 hours. 29 overs in, 63 for 3, and again at lunch you just quietly feel for Worcestershire, actually, do you know what, that's not the worst situation in the world. Well, of course we are that much further because it was an early lunch. They only had 16 overs in the morning session, so we've had another 13, and Azhar Ali and Oliveira could just about say they feel as in as you probably will feel in this pitch.
Yeah,
Well, you'll never feel in this.
No, I don't think so.
Having been out there for 71 deliveries for his 16 now, Azhar Ali. This is just a moment where if they can, and here comes Higgins, the introduction of Higgins for Bamber. He bowled a very good spell.
So here comes Ryan Higgins from the Diglis end, right on over the wicket, medium pace, he's in, he bowls, and already Azhar to his first ball is on the walk.
Wow.
Moving down the pitch to Higgins and blocking that out on the offside. Ryan Higgins, I was talking earlier about what a combative cricketer he is. He's moved back to Middlesex from Gloucestershire in mid-season, just adding his weight to the Middlesex promotion push. John Simpson, the keeper, going to stand up. Higgins is no great pace, hits the deck quite hard though, slingy sort of action,
and he moves it a lot as well, and that will be difficult for Simpson.
Yeah. Three slips and a gully. Higgins is in, bowls, and that's quickish outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar. Simpson flicks at it with his right hand, takes the pace off it, and it's very nicely caught at first slip by Eskenazi.
It is. Well, perfect example. There you go. That ball. Simpson's got a real challenge on standing up here.
Good challenge though. I was a keeper. Love this sort of thing, especially if he doesn't bowl too full and you can see it off the pitch. Higgins in, bowls, and that one's right on a length, and Azhar is forward, pushing out on the offside. 63 for 3 it remains.
Well, you said of that
thrilling contest.
You said of that first ball, you know, he started off down the track. He almost took off there like a Mark Wood run-up, didn't he? It was as though somebody had fired the starter's gun. Bang! Off he went.
I think I can see what his thinking was just don't let him even settle for one ball. Higgins is in, bowls, and that's down the leg side. A really super bit of work by John Simpson, taking the ball down the leg side and then whipping off the leg bail. Love that, just one bail. Beautiful bit of work, left-handed, took it, moving down the leg side, and then took it in his left hand, whipped off just one bail. Superb bit of work. Unfortunately for him, Azhar Ali had not overbalanced and left his crease, but top glove work.
Who's the best keeper in the world at the moment, Frank?
That's a good question. We've been talking about this quite a lot recently. Higgins in again, bowls, Azhar cuts down into the ground, good diving stop at gully. There's no run. That was the first really loose delivery we've seen for some time, and Azhar threw the bat at it, didn't quite time it.
Is he chastising himself there, Azhar Ali, for missing out, or is he just again reflecting on the
through the gap? I think. Good question, isn't it? Who's the best keeper in the world at the moment?
Who's the best keeper in England?
That's a good question as well. Here's Higgins again in bowls, and forward comes Azhar and pushes up to mid-on, and there is no run. The end of the over, 63 for 3. I'll have a think about it.
The reason I ask is because the question's often posed in the way that the best keeper in the world is English at the moment, but who's the best keeper in England?
Yeah. Well, we can always invite some suggestions as well on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58. Kevin is at
Kevin Hand
BBC. We did have a similar discussion a couple of weeks ago at Sussex about keepers in general over time, really. But it's a good question. I think there are some good keepers around at the moment. I'll just gather my thoughts as you describe this over.
Murta past the umpire, he bowls, and a big stride in and a lovely flow of the bat. And Oliveira's into double figures with a cover drive. He moves to 13, 67 for 3. New Road appreciate a sumptuous shot. Couldn't quite say the shot of the day because we've seen a lovely couple of straight drives. There was one on drive, I think, from Azhar Ali as well. Only just marginally to the onside rather than straight going past the non-striker. It's just the way that he played it. Just checked a drive back down the ground, but a lovely cover drive. I think that's perhaps the finest we've seen of the day. As down the track he comes again to Mercer and then has to run back to his crease in case Simpson underarms it through. He ran down the crease and left it alone, D'Oliveira, outside off stump, and then almost admired his work to leave it with the flourish outside off before realised, I better turn and get back. Fascinating stuff here at New Road as the county season comes to a close, live on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Division 2 still up for grabs, both promotion spots and the title. We'll have a check in with the scores elsewhere in a moment as Mercer bowls, and that's driven again through the covers. 4 more. Then alleviates a great deal of pressure for Worcestershire, but just a moment's respite as D'Oliveira moves to 17 from 25, 71 for 3. The nervous tension is just wonderful here at the moment. Every single delivery feels like a wicket could come, and then all of a sudden you get a beautiful cover drive, back-to-back cover drives. What's Murder's response? To the stumps now, he bowls, and from within his crease, D'Oliveira leaves that one alone. Through to Simpson. Those scores elsewhere. Somerset are 54 for 4 at Canterbury, Lancashire 146 for 2 against the champion Surrey at Old Trafford, rain delay at Wantage Road, Essex are 107 for 4 against Northamptonshire, still delayed at Edgbaston against Hampshire, Warwickshire, and Yorkshire have Gloucestershire 114 for 6. Division 2 scores just a moment. But Mercer's in first, he bowls, and that one is another attempted cover drive from D'Oliveira. He's going to pick up 2, backward screw on the leg side with thick inside edge. And comes Ethan Bamber to collect, and warm applause for the swiftly scampered second from D'Oliveira, who's on to 19. 73 for 3, just starting to feel a healthier scoreboard for the first time for Worcestershire, healthier for somebody that might have walked into the ground and looked up and thought, 30, I mean, for a while we felt it's, okay. 2 down in the first 16 overs, 1 down in the last 16, having been put in. Mercer bowls once more, and D'Oliveira leaves alone through to the keeper. A crucial couple of overs coming up here, Fancy Frank, because if they were just to be hit off their line, their length, not quite, but you know what I mean. If there was just a slight easing in that pressure valve right now, then all of a sudden those shoulders feel a bit freer, don't they, for Azhar Ali and D'Oliveira, and everybody sits that little bit more comfortably in their chair, and all of a sudden Worcestershire could have themselves past the 100 mark and only 3 down. Ball's 31 overs old now, so it will have lost some hardness. It hasn't exactly been smashed around and clattered into the boards at all, but you would imagine that it'll be just a little bit less responsive, shall we say, as Higgins bowls. Keeper standing back now as Azhar cuts, and there's a further demonstration of the easing of the pressure. That's short and wide from Higgins and cut away for 4 by Azhar Ali. So the stranglehold just slightly being broken at the moment as Azhar goes up to 20, and the total to 77 for 3, so 38 already added by these two for this 4th wicket, and first runs conceded by Higgins off the first ball of his 2nd over. We've been discussing keepers. Who's the best keeper in the country at the moment? Higgins in again, bowls. Azhar on the walk, lets that go through to Simpson, no run. And interestingly, Simpson stepped back as well. Yeah, Simpson's gone back. I mean, he'd be up there, I think, Simpson. I know Jack Russell feels that he's world class. Obviously, best in the country and perhaps best in the world. Yeah, well, fair enough. And obviously, Ben Folkes has got the gloves at the moment for England. Ben Cox, people often talk about here, is not in the side at the moment here at Worcester with Cox is for various reasons, but a great technician in my book. Higgins bowls and more runs for Azhar here, is over pitched on leg stump, he clips it through mid wicket and takes 2 as mid on goes back to do the fielding. 2 more to Azhar, 22 to him, 79 for 3.
And I'd also, I personally like Ben Brown as well, who's moved from Sussex to Hampshire, and I don't think he's keeping at the moment for Hampshire. I think he's a very good keeper. In comes Higgins again, bowls, has it on the walk again, and then lets it go outside the off stump through to Simpson. But certainly that leg side piece of work in the last over from Higgins that we saw from Simpson that prompted our discussion was very, very tidy indeed. And when we had this discussion a week or two ago, we started going back over time, who's the best you've ever seen, and I still can't get away as a youngster growing up and keeping wicket in the 70s and 80s. I can't ever see beyond my great two heroes of Alan Knott and Bob Taylor. Higgins again is in, as on the walk again, pushes out on the offside. But there have been a few since then, haven't there? You mentioned Jack Russell. There's also James Foster, who a lot of people think was a absolutely
lucky,
peerless gloveman, really, almost in the Taylor mould. Chris Reed, who's French as well. Simpson going back up to the stumps. So there have been a lot of great wicket keepers over the years. Ian Heagley, of course, have to come into the equation as Higgins bowls and has a drive. Beautiful shot. Now that is probably the best shot we've seen today, I think. Over pitched and just driven perfectly through wide mid off for 4 more. So Azhar Ali, 2 boundaries in that over. He goes to 26 off 83 deliveries. D'Oliveira has 19. And at the end of that over, the 32nd of the innings, Worcestershire are 83 for 3. And certainly in the last 2 or 3 overs, one feels that the stranglehold has been broken. FM listeners to Hereford and Worcester get an update now. Well, just a feeling that the Worcestershire 4th wicket pair of Brett D'Oliveira and Azhar Ali are beginning to break the stranglehold that's been imposed by the Middlesex bowlers here at New Road. A wicket falling to the very first ball of the match when Ed Pollock was out. Jake Libby also out for 4 this morning. A rain break and an early lunch. Since that resumption, Jack Haynes out for 20. But Brett D'Oliveira and Azhar Ali holding firm at the moment. Ali on 26 has just hit 2 boundaries in and over. D'Oliveira has 19, and Worcestershire in the 33rd over are 83 for 3. And it's Murtagh from the New Road end, and back to Kevin Hand.
Here goes Mercer, turning away. Still a very lengthy run up that he has in his 42nd year. 3 slips and a gully go down, and down the track comes D'Oliveira to leave alone outside off. Just rounding up those Division 2 scores, Leicester 133 for 4 at Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire brought up the 150 for 1 against Durham. 154 for 1 now. Slater gone for 23, but Hamid still there on 82, and Montgomery with him on 40. Ben Rain with the 1 wicket to fall so far for Durham. That was such a bold move this morning at Trent Bridge to win the toss and bat first, but boy oh boy is it borne out for Nottinghamshire, looking to hold top spot, take promotion and the title in Division 2 as Mercer comes in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, fielded at points. Now again for D'Oliveira, and that leaves Sussex Glamorgan, where it's raining on the south coast. Glamorgan 115 for 2. They too won the toss at Hove. They lost David Lloyd for 56 LBW to Hunt, and Eddie Byram was caught here off the bowling of Brad Curry, who's a fine young left armour from Scotland, gone for 21. Gill has 30, North East on 0. Rain halted play there as Mercer's in, he bowls. This is run along the floor to Gully, and there's no run. Remember, it's a 3-way battle in Division 2 between Nottinghamshire, Glamorgan and Middlesex to tie down the last 2, or the only 2 promotion spots, and indeed the Division 2 title with it.
Yeah, rain on the south coast, as we had 2 weeks ago when I was down there with Worcestershire at Hove, and Worcestershire really in a very strong position, and you thought they'd have had a real chance of winning that game had it not been for the rain. It was the only game that was rain affected that week, which was very frustrating for the players.
Murtagh bowls, and belated forward defence from D'Oliveira. But the only thing that really happened in that forward defence was the bat going forward, it felt.
Yeah.
And then there was a judder of the foot following it. Comes down and prods away at the surface, perhaps just seamed back in slightly, didn't matter. Does get it to nip back into the right-hander as well as that away swing that he so often works with. Lace away swing as well. And so it's going to be an interesting spell from Higgins at the other end, none for 10 of 2 so far. Murta has 1 for 20 and his 11th. This is the last ball of the 11th. Solid defence on this again from D'Oliveira, and away into the offside it goes. It's at the end of the 33rd over of the innings. 83 for 3 is a much better looking score card now for Worcestershire, which Glamorgan will be delighted to hear of, as will Nottinghamshire. The pairs are standing up to the fight here at New Road, and quite vigorously as well, with that 26 from 83 from Azhar Ali. One other name to throw in as well, who played for both of these counties and was perhaps the finest keeper of his time. It was Ben Scott, who was regarded best glovesman in the country, but he just couldn't quite get the weight of runs to stay in the Middlesex side, really. David Nash and he had a real battle for the gloves. Saw them both this year at Lord's, actually. It was lovely to see them. They were both doing a coaching session together in the nets out back in the indoor school for some kids. And it was lovely to see the two old Middlesex keepers together. It feels weird to be calling Ben Scott old. He'd be younger than me by a couple of years, probably.
David Nash's other connection, of course, with this part of the world is that he went to school at Malvern College.
Did he?
Not far away, he did indeed. Ryan Higgins in bowls, and as edges this along the ground to slip, gets away with it, but moral victory for Higgins. Yes, I remember taking a school team to play at Malvern when David Nash was playing, and quite an amusing incident. I won't recount it.
Oh no, come on! No. Everybody has an amusing David Nash story.
I had a young keeper.
And none of them are
had a young keeper playing for my team as I bowls. As I pushes out defensively on the offside, Higgins the bowler. No, 183 for 3, and we were at the young keeper that I had, a boy called Matthew Pearce, was not a batsman at all, but he was a very, very good wicket keeper. But he batted 11 for us, and it was a cup game. It was in the Chesterton Cup. George Chesterton, ex-Worcestershire and Malvern schoolmaster, sadly no longer with us, put his name to a cup, pushed out on the onside by Azhar, and there's no run. And Nash was keeping wicket. I think Mark Hardings might have been playing too, who went on to play for Gloucestershire and is now master in charge of cricket at Malvern. Nash was brilliant behind the stumps. Stumped a couple, I think, took a couple of really good catches, just turned on a brilliant performance with the gloves. Higgins in again, bowls, and Azhar lets that go. Simpson takes, no run, and my young wicketkeeper was absolutely enthralled by Nash's performance. And when he went out to bat at the fall of the 9th wicket, which had fallen to a stumping, I think he walked out to take guard, and a perfectly unspoiled, genial young man decided to tell David Nash how good he thought he was. Higgins in, bowls, and Azhar turns this on the leg side for a single. Goes to 84 for 3. Azhar goes to 27. So he walked out there and took guard and turned around and said to David Nash, "That was a fantastic stumping. You're a brilliant wicketkeeper." David Nash, being David Nash, didn't think he was being genuine, and gave him a very, very
David Nash
response. which almost brought tears to the eyes of this young man. It was just basically
complimenting him.
You're fantastic, yeah.
You can't even be nice to Nash, you see.
I wonder if anybody's listening that was involved in that. King's School Worcester against Malvern College. Higgins bowls outside the off stump. Lovely take again from Simpson. Makes it look so easy while we're talking about Middlesex wicketkeepers. End of the over from Higgins. 2 came from it. 84 for 3. D'Oliveira has 19. Azhar Ali has 27, and Ryan Higgins now 3 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 11. I said 84 for 3 was about par. First day lunch score, and what would 34 overs gone? Maybe you wouldn't quite have had that many, but I would say honours are fairly even at the moment, which, given the way the game started from a Worcestershire point of view, is very good news indeed.
I'd hate to think I just slanted Nashy and he wasn't tuned in to hear it. Sure, he's tuned in. Middlesex going for the Division 2 title, let alone just promotion. That's just
He might remember it. I wonder if he does. Probably not.
That's a bowls outside the off stump. Oh, now look at that bounce in front of Simpson. Simpson's worn it on the chest this time. That's bounced horribly in front of the Middlesex wicket keeper. Was kept low and took that second bounce, which he just had to turn his head away, put his chest and gloves out to it, and hope that it hit the gloves or it hit the chest. Speaking of David Nash, good friend of his, Alan Richardson's on his way round. Have you got a message from him yet? He just messaged me and said, at what point could I come round and post you?
Come round anytime, can't he? Yeah, as long as we can push him out of the way if we need an up.
Oh, that's a bowls. That goes past the edge. Now, which edge did that go past? The way that Azhar Ali pushed at that one, and Simpson charged away from the slips to take it. It almost felt as though that could have come right back through the gate. Will we see a replay of it? Might just have to scrub back on the stream to have a look and see where that one went through. It's still all action out in the middle.
Yeah, nobody has looked in at any stage whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right.
Not even as
Oh yeah, I think that went back past the inside edge.
Yeah.
That's bowls, and that lifts onto the splice, and there's a little hand signal again. It's almost as though they're commentating for us. We can just go. We can just go off what the batters tell us after every delivery. Yeah, that one bounced, just the little signal made. That one's nipped away. That one's nipped in.
It's a masterclass in survival, isn't it? This from Azhar, really.
It is.
It's fascinating stuff. Very gloomy now as well.
And you said you're more happy with the bowling at Worcestershire this season than you are the batting in terms of improvements.
I'll qualify that a little bit.
Murta comes in, bowls, and gets a good stride in, a little shuffle and then a good stride to kill the bounce on that one, again off the splice into the offside, and he has a little look at the bat. I'm saying in terms of the sense that they're going so well out there at the moment, how would they be going with the ball?
Well, Azhar's been a great addition, and he's helped others, notably Jack Haynes. Ed Pollock's been in and out, as you know, but he has played significant part in several games. The key, the number one batsman, without a doubt, has been Ed Barnard, and of course he's leaving.
Next.
And he's leaving. He's going to Warwickshire. So that's a sad loss.
Mercer bowls full straight, defended by Azhar Ali. Wants to come with the over,
but mitigated slightly by the fact that Gareth Roderick has found some form and made 200s in the last 3 games. So that's been almost like a new addition, really.
And hasn't he been denied some innings in those games? Is it back-to-back centuries?
No, he didn't bat in the middle game.
So they're back-to-back centuries.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah. So that's been a real bonus. So yeah. As I say, the whole picture in terms of Red Bull is a progressive one.
Who's replacing Ed Barnard next season then?
Well, he's playing today.
That's bowls, and forward goes.
So Matthew Waite has been brought in from Yorkshire as an all-rounder, as a sort of direct replacement for Ed Barnard.
But they both play.
Well, Waite's only just arrived, so this is just he played 1 game earlier in the year on loan, and it come permanently, and this is his 2nd game. So the likelihood is that he will be the straight replacement. But Adam Hose is coming next year, of course, from Warwickshire, who is white ball only really at Warwickshire, but expected to be given a chance to.
Well, he had a growing reputation,
his right ball.
Hose, he really had a big start, great expectations. But Barnard in next, then Roderick with the back-to-back centuries, 2 in the last 3 games, you say, not batting in between.
Here's Higgins, keeper standing back again now as Dolliver is on strike, left alone, goes through to wicketkeeper Simpson.
And then comes Waite. But Hose then as such to take the missing place from Miss 11 next year. Leach obviously is missing this one.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a conundrum really. I mean, Cox also, who's back into the equation. New director of cricket will take over. We don't know who that is yet. Higgins bowls again. Dolliver pushes out on the offside.
You mean it's not Alan Richardson?
So
what are you laughing at?
They've interviewed recently, and we are waiting to hear the outcome. So difficult to make predictions about what the lineup exactly will look like next year, and whether Hose will play Red Bull or whether there might be any more incoming. Here's Higgins again in bowls, left alone by Dollar outside the off stump. Taken by Simpson, but given that Barnard's going, and he has been the best batsman this year, but it doesn't look too bad if you've got Azza's back next year. You've got Haynes, D'Oliveira, Roderick, if he's in the form that he's been in recently, Pollock, Libby, Wade's come in, Hose is a possibility. It doesn't look as though...
So you're all right for all rounders. It's not Darren Stevens to Worcestershire then?
Not quite. Higgins again to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside. But what I'm getting at is that normally, if you said you're losing your best batsman, ironically, if Warwickshire get relegated, he'll be moving to a county that will be in the same division. But he has played absolutely brilliantly this year, Ed Barnard, with the bat, and it will be a big loss. But it looks as though it's one that they might be able to cover, shall we say. And they've also got an injury to come back from. Higgins bowls again to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside. So Kashif Ali, who came in from the South Asian Cricket Academy, forced his way into the side and made a very good start, has been injured and is out. Has been out for about the last month, but he will come into the equation as well. So it's not looking as though the new director of cricket won't have good resources to work with. That might be the best way of putting it. In Higgins again bowls, left alone outside the stump, end of the over. Worcestershire continuing to battle. Higgins now 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11, and it's 84 for 3.
Isn't it amazing? There's always one big transfer in the winter, isn't there? James Harris, way back when, back at Glamorgan now, he was the big winter signing for somebody. Who was going to get him? And Middlesex managed to get in ahead of Surrey in Nottinghamshire to sign Harris back then. Every year there's always one, isn't there? This is the player who's going to be moving. We all know he's moving this winter. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to end up? Who'd have thought 45-year-old Darren Stevens is the man we're all most excited to know who's going to get in next year? I mean, there'll be plenty. You know, somebody said, no, Gloucestershire could do far worse than replacing Ryan Higgins with Darren Stevens. Here's Murtagh. It really has got gloomy out there. It feels like there could be a spot of rain again as Murtagh's in bowls and up off the ground. Here's Azza Ali to play that one into the onside. It's not often you say that of somebody facing Murtagh up off the ground to defend away into the onside. Really gets up and over the top of it, off the ground. Springs off those toes. Simpson standing up now for Murtagh as well. Would it be fair to say there's a mist of rain? Yes, there's an umbrella going up on the far side.
Having a chat, aren't they?
Oh, we're off again, are we? Well, look at the batters, they're ready to go. There's one umbrella up. The queue's begun for the ladies' pavilion, I can tell everybody. There's a queue outside the ladies' pavilion. Is that later or on time or early today, the queue for the... Are they a little behind time ahead of schedule?
Well, it's right on the money. September, isn't it? A little bit, yeah. And they are coming off.
Oh, no.
So rain beginning to fall, umbrellas going up. I don't think it'll be much. It doesn't look too bad away to the east, so I don't think it'll be much. But the players are coming off the field with Worcestershire on 84 for 3.
Interestingly, no light meter reading being taken either. Or is there? Is that a light meter?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Umpire Cook's got the light meter on. I wonder, is it as much the light as that little shower that we've got? Let's hope it's the rain, not the lights, because if it's the light, then that could be a little ominous, not just for today, but for the entire 4 days here at New Road.
Well, I thought quite a bit of brightness around. I don't think it'll be too much, but they are coming off the field, so we will leave you with that news. 84 for 3 Worcestershire, Azza Ali 27, Brett D'Oliveira 19. The man out in the afternoon session, such as it was, Jack Haynes caught at second slip by Sam Robson off Toby Rowland-Jones for 20. And 84 for 3 off 36.1 overs, the Worcestershire score. And
can we call that Worcestershire's day so far, Frank?
Even Stephen. Given the toss and the start, perhaps you could say it's Worcestershire will be the happier of the two sides.
I think so. Middlesex might not. It might not be too bad a time for Middlesex actually to come off and have a break and regroup, because you say the fizz had just come out, hadn't it, of the intensity. I'm sitting more comfortably in my chair watching on, so it might not be a bad time for a little break for Middlesex, just to regroup a little bit as the bowling attack and think about, right, how are you going to get this 4th wicket, get this breakthrough, because 41 deliveries for D'Oliveira, 96 for Azza Ali, partnership of 45, 91 deliveries in total for the partnership. I'd say it's been a very frustrating spell this for Middlesex.
There we go. Players leaving the field. We'll be back with you just as soon as they return. Until then, thank you for listening.
Yeah, so there's a quite big queue behind them. Right, police ward. Any more?
When we start at 2:35. 2:35, another 4 overs off.
Raising the view at 2:35. Another 4 overs left in the day. Ladies and gentlemen, 2:35. 4 overs. 2 wickets. Not 4 overs left in the day. There's 4 overs lost in the day. So there's 51, just to make it clear, there's 51.5 overs left in the day, which is divided by the number of runs in a black effective 2 wickets.
We've just had another little rain break here, but play will resume at 2:35. We lost another 4 overs, so that's 8 lost in the day altogether. Worcestershire battled really well, lost a wicket to the first ball of the game, 26 for 2 when the first rain break came. 1 wicket went down in the afternoon, Jack Haynes out for 20, but Azhar Ali holding things together. He's on 27, he's faced 95 balls. Brett D'Oliveira is with him, he's on 19 and he's faced 41 balls. It's been really tough going in very, very seamer friendly conditions, but Worcestershire battling well as play's about to resume. We're in the 37th over and they're 84 for 3.
Did I do that today or tomorrow?
You said, oh, it has to be when I'm going by.
It'll be a tomorrow job. It won't be a today job, it'll be a tomorrow job.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah.
Tomorrow it is.
Okay, yeah, great, yeah. When is it just going this weekend, apparently?
Say again?
Going this weekend, apparently.
Oh, nice. Well, yes, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Middlesex, right on to the field.